reflection in your eyes. Who am I inside? Hatred lingering, it won't unravel me, bring me to my knees. How am I still so cold? I feel numb, broken and undone, holding on to memories like flying leaves in between, living in the dead. Flip a switch and do not feel. Is it even real? Do you see who I used to be? So far from me, like a distant memory. Was it all a dream? Hold your hand in mine and destroy whoever tries to come in between. I feel numb, broken and undone, floating up like memories above the trees in between, living in the dead. Flip a switch, I do not feel. Am I even real?
No, that's just my home world. I had someone crashed the meat rack lobby by being a goober and loading into a model that crashed everyone. Yeah, I think only a couple of people might have by accident. That's a good fucking question. Yeah. Depending on whether it's gonna be. Anyways, you ready? Alright. Wait, actually. Recent. There it is.
Hello. Here they go. Thanks for pointing it out, because I would have actually missed that.
Spawn.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Ta-da.
Yes. Hello, Ash. Hello, Rimulu. Hello, Good Name. Hello, Jammy. Thank you much for the hydration power. And hello, Mike. Thank you much for pointing at the microphone. Mike pointing at the mic. Haha. Haha.
Okay. The only thing I personally suggest is turning the footsteps off, but that's a personal preference.
Okay. Oh, calibration. Don't you just love it?
Oh, calibration gods, please bless this woman. Blesseth. Blesseth? I can words.
Blessed be.
I've been talking too much Asukoto today. Clearly.
Oh no, the character accent and the lack of fluidity has caused you to lose how to speak English. Or common. I never knew if it was common or English.
I refer to it as common just because that's like kind of like the fantasy stereotype of like we don't refer to things using like real world nonsense because that's just a little bit funky.
The real word's kind of cringe
also, I
anyway.
forgot to do something after I reloaded, so bear with me a moment.
But Yeah, thank you very much for the 25 months of support, sir. Appreciate it.
I fucking.
Holy shit,
we
just
died.
over 2 years of support. And every time I see people supporting me for a long time, I just look and go, wow, I don't have any emotes on that for you
Anyways.
guys to show you my appreciation. So I have as my words for the time being until I get my shit in gear, essentially. I'm so sorry.
Wait, where is it?
Squish the quish? I'm not squishy. I suppose I am actually, I suppose I am squishy.
Oh no. Where the fuck did she go?
Ah.
I see camera. Oh. Gotcha.
Right, so I'm assuming we took a boat here? Which means see camera.
Yeah. Mine. Anyways.
But that's brand new.
Alright, yeah. So basically, context. So taking a small ferry off the edge of the waterfront. A short boat ride, mostly quiet. Kind of just sitting there, head down. Not really making much eye contact.
Mm-hmm.
Fast. Where are we going?
Queen would have probably,
It's a place I've been to with Magpie and Tansky. Getting off of it, she'll start walking along the beach here, generally avoiding the water. She mutters to herself. We get here.
Okay.
So, you ready?
Yep. Ready? Bit of a long ways out for conversation, don't you think?
It's quiet spot.
Quiet.
People here keep to themselves. Thought it would be, better than somewhere inside the city. You will want to watch your step, though.
Appreciate it.
Figured. Better than the last place I asked you to meet up.
Yeah, concrete labyrinths tend to be a place for uninvited guests a lot of the time.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, I say all the time.
I don't know how things are in District Zero, but he usually doesn't do that to me. Unless
Usually implies that he does do it from time to time.
it happened once before.
Hmm.
Do you remember that day that Mark Python and I called you, asking for you to come and talk?
When he decided to show up, or
No, the first time.
you guys have refreshed my memory. I don't quite remember it.
Well, it's a couple of months ago now. Mark Python and I, asked you to come and, well, he had approached us. I don't think Mark Python remembers much of that night. I had memory problems.
Oh, right, the
but-
one where they wiped their memory. Right.
Yeah.
Must have been quite a traumatic experience.
I wouldn't exactly call it traumatic, but when he approaches you in the street and claims to have simply bumped into you, it's usually not the case.
Bumping into someone in the street, especially someone who's familiar in a place like Zafira, is highly unlikely. I'm sure he's aware of that as well. It's a very poor excuse of a lie.
Yes. And I was aware of it as well at the time, which is why we wanted to talk to you. I wanted to check on you more than anything.
Check up on me.
Yeah. He told us what had happened.
I'm sure he probably recounted the events exactly as how he would envision it.
As he envisioned it, I'm sure. Not that it changes much. Tokusan did the same.
What do you mean? Changed his accord of events?
He had his own spin on why things were said and done the way they were. Want to watch your step. It's a little bit tight. Aris, it's fine. You've been up here before.
Oh, that's fucking loud.
That's the dangerous part out of the way.
The dangerous part, huh?
It's a bit of a tight walk. I'm used to such things, but I grew up on a mountain, so I consider myself a bit of an exception in that.
Isn't there better places to, build houses? Was this really the only place they could build?
I guess, but it's a nice spot regardless, so I'm not going to question it too much. We happened upon it while we were out, exploring a bit. We were traveling through the nearby power station and ended up walking through that cave nearby where the ferry left us off.
I see.
We found our way up here. It was a nice spot to sit and talk.
Hmm.
We got some
If
things off our
you're
chest.
not afraid of heights.
You... Oh, are you afraid of heights?
No.
Oh. Good. Yes. I was simply worried that night. It said the two of you fought, so...
Yeah, well, you saw plenty of that in the mindscape we went into, so it's not much different.
Yeah, but, I hadn't seen you do that before. I didn't know how you handled it.
You've never seen me fight before. I guess that's true. I never really showed off.
No. You never really are one to show off. That's how I know you can handle yourself. But I was still worried. I remembered mentioning some, things about how to handle yourself in such a situation before.
I believe you said staying calm was one of them, but, yeah, it's kind of hard to in an environment like that.
Yeah. Don't mind the older gentleman. He might peek a little. He's friendly, though. He doesn't like to talk, though.
Do you frequent here often?
I can't say quite no, but we've been here before, and Humsky-san, you know how he gets a little too nosy, a little too loud. Had to apologize. He took it well. Said he doesn't mind people passing through so long as they don't bother him. But, yes, I was just a bit concerned. Wanted to make sure you were okay. Was just scared as all.
Are you trying to justify yourself to me? You knew I was fine. You see me afterwards. We had discussions and conversations at the meat rack.
Yeah. But, you know, after an encounter like that with someone like him, I don't know. I don't know about you. I guess I'm just not made of the same stuff as you. Even with all of my training and all of my past experience, I find every interaction with him a bit,
Unnerving?
It takes me a bit to recover. Even after this most recent incident, it took me a couple days at least. And my mind was a bit, well, it was difficult to stay calm.
You mean recent incident as in the one we went through?
Yeah. That's
So
not the
he
first
hasn't
time
harassed you
I've had
since?
No.
Ah.
No. Here. It's a nice spot.
Yes, I mean nothing like it in District 0, so I'll give you that.
It's a calm spot. Away from most people, and... well, I'd hoped he wouldn't, you know, find some way to track us down here or something.
Like you said about Malleus, bumping into people by coincidence is obviously something he's planned for. How he does it, I don't really know yet, but... if he was gonna show up, he probably would, and there would be nothing I could do against it. And it's just a case of... well, luck of getting it back out again.
Yeah.
That, so I could jump from this and go swimming. If I don't hit the cliffside.
Mm-mm. I don't know.
Hmm. What do you mean?
I don't know. The thought of doing something like that terrifies me, though. I don't exactly consider myself the best swimmer.
I mean, jumping off into the ocean is a large body of water, I guess, not the ocean. To escape an enemy? Normally, the fear of being captured or killed is greater than, well, jumping off something as high as this. You pick the lesser of two evils, normally.
I suppose it makes sense. I guess I'd be worried he'd catch me anyways.
Hmm.
I'm not joking when I say I'm not a good swimmer.
I suppose there isn't many opportunities to learn how to swim in Sevilla. So, it's understandable. You don't float.
A little, I guess. I mean, I have swum before, I just You know, not very good at it. Growing up on a mountain, you don't exactly have many opportunities to, learn.
True, I guess I had a bit of a privileged life to be able to swim in Saphira.
The one instance I had of learning was not by choice.
Oh, you didn't drown. That's a good thing.
That's because I had one of these.
Yeah, I don't really think I can afford something like that. Just have to hold my breath a long time.
No idea.
Do you use it all the time?
When I'm in Zafira, yes. It helps. Otherwise, I end up, coughing all over the place, and, when you're trying to keep a low profile or sneaking around, tends to help.
Yeah. The more exposure you have, the more you get used to it. I coughed up the first time I was in here, but I think the damage has become somewhat permanent. And, yeah, it's not so much of a bother anymore. So, did you bring me here to sightsee, or did you bring me here for a different reason?
Well,
Pardon me?
I wanted to talk. Gas.
Talk away from loud noises. Could we not rent out a room in Saphira somewhere? That'd be quite enough.
Yeah, but... Well, I figured after the last time we met up, be nice to not be in Zafira. I don't know.
Do you think I distrust you?
I wouldn't blame you if you didn't.
You mean if I did?
Yeah, sorry, common.
You're fine.
I wouldn't blame you if you didn't trust me. I hope you do, mind you, but...
I mean, I went along with the plan. I could have just ghosted you and had no interactions. Could have just, well, treated you like a stranger. The fact I at least went to the meeting... Right, maybe I should explain myself a bit more. You do realize that all the comments and everything I did in that space was acting, right?
It was very convincing. Admittedly.
If you can get into your mind, it
I
needs to be
wasn't sure,
convincing.
but honestly, that's good. The less I thought that you were in on something, the better. That was the whole reason for it.
Being put into situations that I have a little control over is something which I dealt with a lot. Kind of get used to it. Especially in the life I live. You're expendable to a certain degree. If you go there and there's a Hulk, or you have to fight the Hulk, you've got to improvise. No one said anything about the Hulk in the mission briefing. Or, you go to claim something and there's giant fucking crystal emitting radioactive energy and it gives you mana cancer. That wasn't part of the briefing either. You just kind of just...
make do.
Exactly. And again...
No, I get it. I just... I don't know. I value your trust in me a lot. And having to do that felt awful. That's all. I didn't like having to lie or feel like I was misleading you. I feel like you probably deal with that enough.
When you've gone for a couple of handful of times, you become kind of numb to it. I'm not saying that what you did wounded me in some sort of way. Although, if I'm honest, the willingness of you willing to throw your life away from mine did kind of piss me off.
I guess that makes two.
What do you mean makes two? You were pissed off because I was willing to do something for you?
No. Iris has been in the back of my head upset about it for weeks.
About...
I was throwing both our lives away, and I get it. I couldn't see a way that I would be able to bring myself to do that. Especially after everything you've been through. It felt wrong.
If something's already on the ground,
You fought this
kick
hard
it.
to get here. To get this far.
Be that as it may, you're part of Aegis. You have a lot more standing. You have people which, as much as you would like to think otherwise, do care about you. They value us as an individual. You recently became a priest, a head priest at that. I'm not saying that my life is worth less, but I already have one foot in the grave with this cancer. And, well, other things as well.
I don't find that as a good reason to put the other foot in for you. If that claims your life, then so be it. I understand it's...
I guess I'm
You'll have
used
lost
to
the fight. But the idea of killing you myself... I
mean, it's a mindscape.
Yeah?
What's gonna happen if you kill what you die in the mindscape? You have brain death? Is that how that works? Oh, if it does, I would like to know.
Possibly.
Oh, well, that's...
Permanent coma?
Well, it's painless, isn't it?
I wouldn't exactly call it painless. Having your mind destroyed is...
I mean, which one do you think would hurt more, again? Dying in the mental mindscape or taking a shotgun to the head? I'm pretty sure the shotgun to the head will probably hurt us a lot more.
I don't know. Can't exactly claim I have experience. I don't know. I look at you and I see there are people who depend on you. Sure, there would be people who are sad that I am gone. But there are people who are counting on you for them to continue doing what they're doing.
Not necessarily. People can always find a replacement. Gangsters and people with talent are a dime a dozen in District 0. Give people enough motivation, enough trauma or experience, and they'll get up to my level. It's not like it's anything special that I have. Well, besides the sword. The sword's the most probably special thing about me.
I
I'm
find that hard
only.
to believe.
I'm only as useful as a sharp blade. The moment it becomes dull, well, you get a new sharper blade. You can certainly try sharpening the current blade, but, well, every time you do it, you wear it down. Eventually, you'll have no blade left.
That can't be really how they see you.
Maybe. Maybe not.
I
Well,
guess I see it differently, that's all. You managed to stand up against Malleus McKay with little to no training.
you can
your mind
train
is-
to fight that.
Do you think I've been trying to do?
Being his
And
student.
I've got a leg up only because... It's more than that. That's the cover. That's what I tell people.
Call me a bit pessimistic, but
That's
I
what I
don't
tell him.
think he's going to teach you how to meet his demise. I'm sure he probably has looked into your mind before and found out all your
I'm-
intentions.
Not looking to kill him. I don't think I can.
Then why risk yourself?
Because there are hundreds of people out there who he's affecting. Their minds are getting wiped. If I can do anything to try to help them put their lives back together, help them recover from it, that's what was all about. That's why I'm his student.
Pardon the...
And if I can find out other things along the way, sure, I'll pass it along to people who can maybe use that information. People who might actually stand a chance at killing him.
He's been running amok for how long and no one's even come close to wounding him. The people who got closest to was, unironically enough, the Whisperers. He wears that scar like a fucking medal. And no offense to any kind of effort that you've done or Aegis, but I just don't see it.
No. I'm not trying to wound him. I'm not trying to kill him. I don't think I can do it.
I get that. You are being a spy, essentially. You are giving people information that they are better armed to deal with him. But the problem is, I'm not seeing anyone else making good on the information. He's been growing in power, not declining. I mean, I don't even think I even hear the Valentes dealing with him. He has allies. Probably more so nowadays.
He
I
does.
mean, District Zero has a fucking building that belongs to him. Of all the places, District Zero. He's not dwindling, he's thriving.
I'm well aware.
If you're well aware, then why are you not aware of the fact that people are just not doing anything against it? You can gather as much information as you want and risk your life and limb for it, but if no one's going to do anything with the information, you're risking your life for an impossible dream. Let me ask you this. Do you have faith that someone will actually be able to take him down if you were to do the legwork? Do you believe that someone will come across and deal with him?
No, like I said, that's not the point. Do you understand the nature of his power?
Telekinesis. If there's more to it than that,
Telepathy.
what's the difference between telepathy and telekinesis? Like, pretty much the same.
The ability to move something with your mind.
Oh,
Throw your sword,
right, yeah.
throw a person, hit someone. Versus the ability to affect someone's mind. He's able to mess with people's heads. Rewrite things. I saw him try to do it already to someone. And I was able to help them, I think. Planted a seed in their mind, and it was slowly consuming them.
Are you not on about Willow?
Turning them into him. Yeah, how did you...
You told me. What?
I did, didn't I? I'm sorry.
You sure he's not tampering with your memories if you're having problems recollecting that?
It's been a while, and it's been a long day.
Hmm.
I'm sorry. I just...
You're fine.
I didn't even intend to tell you that day. I just... A lot of it weighs heavy on me.
Yeah, things happen. I didn't intend to tell Lucky that I hated him, but that happened. So, things happen when people get emotional, or something comes across that kind of, aggravates them or inflames the situation. It's normal. We're human. So, yeah.
Yeah.
This is probably going to be a big mistake on my part. When I first joined the Hollow Whisperers, there was a group called the Council of Nine. Powerful individuals that were above us. They were basically our boss of the boss. We answered to them. If we happen to be deserving of their ire, we fucked up. Normally it meant you're dead, or you're indebted to them for life. You're expendable, you're a resource for them. Happened to me with Figment. They were untouchable to every Whisperer in the gang. Hollow Whisperer, regular ones. And I was in a similar situation to you. Very much like my old name, Raven. I acted like a bird. I gathered information, kept the cards of information I had close to my chest, and spent them when I found it necessary to give myself an advantage or anyone else. I didn't have the belief or hope that someone would dispose of them. It was pointless, right? Who would go against them in the gang? No one would. As time goes on, you realize that the only person who's willing to do it would be you. Strange was part of the Council of Nine, and look what happened. I ended up cutting off his head. He's dead by my hand. Again, never would have thought it would be anyone, myself included. And now I'm in a situation where I did do it. The point I'm trying to make is, if you want something done to him, whether it's his removal of power, his death, or some sort of dwindling of his influence, you can't expect anyone to do it. You have to do it yourself. And you need to weigh out whether or not it's worth you sacrificing what needs to be done to do it. I didn't do this expecting to kill Strange. If anything, I was thinking I was going to die when I was fighting him. I came out on top every time by sheer dumb luck. It'll probably be very much the same with Malleus. if you're gonna throw away your life for a reason you believe in, I'd rather you do that than throw away your life in the hopes that someone else will fix the problem. Because that's leaving your life to fate. And maybe because I don't believe in fate. If I'm gonna die,
Never placed much stock in it either, but
then die on your terms. Live your life how you want to. Don't just leave it to someone else.
when I first started down this path, there were others.
Were means there aren't anymore.
Most of them I don't have contact with anymore. Like you did with me, I've had to play the part. Most of them I don't think trust me anymore, and some of them I don't even trust myself. I never got into this because I wanted to kill him. All I wanted to do was try to help people put their lives back together. Figure out how he messes with their heads. Try to figure out how to undo it. That was it.
Then why be a spy? Why not just devote your time fully to learning the ins and outs of being a psychic?
Do you know how many other people I have met who are like this? You could mess around with people's heads, mess with their memories, rewrite things. Only one. Yeah, that's him. It's put me in a situation where I don't know how to continue.
You ever never thought about doing it yourself? Do you think I learned how to do swordsmanship with this? Do you think someone taught me that? Most of it was just experience.
To a degree, but we're talking about ideas, things inside your head.
How is it any different?
And we're talking about with... Because if you swing a sword at someone and it doesn't work the first time, you might be able to do it again and kill them anyways. If I mess up someone's head, it could kill them. It could completely erase everything. They could end up a different person. That's a very big risk.
Okay, I'll put it this way then. If you're such a rare occurrence, Malleus being rare, you have no one else who's a psionic. If you die or become his pawn, who's gonna save everyone else? I understand that you probably don't want to fuck people up deliberately, but there's a weight to this. If you want to get better at it without becoming his pawn and saving people in the future, you have to break some eggs to make an omelette. Same as if I want to fight with a sword, I have to have a few scars before I get good enough so I don't fucking die.
You're talking about potentially killing people.
Sorry, yeah. I kill people all the time. Maybe that's the reason why I'm finding this so easy. Do you forget that I kill people? I don't.
No. No. Not at all. I guess it feels different. I'm trying to put people back together. I'm doing this because I want to do that.
Okay.
Risking their lives by potentially getting something wrong, just...
Another analogy then. If a watchsmith is going to fix a watch, they have to take it apart to then put it back together. How do you know that you are permanently messing with someone's mental state? How do you not know it's just a state where it's broken but can be fixed? Maybe this mindscape stuff is different from human biology, but the human body is highly adaptable. People can lose limbs or suffer brain damage, and then their brain will rewire it so they go back to functioning the same. Well, maybe not the same, but they find a way. I don't know the science between being a psychic. I'm not saying this because I want you to not sacrifice yourself. That's your choice. But I'm saying these things because you want the best of both worlds, and that's not possible. You want to succeed but also not become his pawn. Malleus is not going to just train his pupil to be extremely skilled and then let you go. He's going to put you into a cage.
You're right. I don't know what else to do.
Consider your priorities. What is it you want the most to do? You want to help people? Yeah, it's like... If you go back in time when people used to make medicine, people would literally mix poisons together to destroy another poison. 3 people die along the way. If people are that unwell to the point where they can't function, you doing something to make it worse is not going to make it much... It's not going to be such of a big impact, right? It's like, if I was told that cutting off my left arm would solve me the problem of this cancer, I might consider it. Cut my losses, right? It's what my value is. Do I value my left arm more than my life? Or vice versa? Very much for follow, Carlos Luffy. Appreciate it. Welcome to the community. Hope you enjoy your stay. I didn't get a ping or notification for that. What the fuck? The Whisperers of old, that includes Jackie and Slick, had big aspirations of defeating Malleus. They wanted to kill him. They wanted to take down Marlow City, which was a city that he owned, where he can conduct the most atrocious of experiments. I'd never seen it firsthand myself.
Heard of it?
You've heard of it, right? Well, they wanted to get their own back at him because of that. I don't think any of them believed they would actually have a shot at killing him, or even getting close to even touching him. But that's what he wanted to do. And he kept pursuing that goal. When Slick ran the Whisperers, after Toku became a member of the Council of Nine, he was strict on people. He... maybe not as strict as Toku was, but he understood that you need to give people tough love, otherwise people are going to die. Or people are going to get hurt. You have to make the difficult choices. They're not the easiest ones, but they're the ones who might lead to lasting change, to success. You don't go through comfort, you go through conflict.
I know that. I know that quite well at this point.
Then I'll stop preaching to you. I'm pretty sure you didn't come here to have a conversation about me talking you down or talking your ear off.
No, it's a good reminder. I just... Even just imagining it in my head. How does someone like me kill Malleus McKay? I'm... at best, a mediocre scion. Compared to him, at least.
I was a relatively unaugmentated human.
Barely keep you safe in there.
Be that as it may, we came out alive. Let me ask.
Lucky in that we were kind to Oops and he didn't want to see us get hurt. He's going to end up suffering for it. Is suffering for it.
Oh boy, am I really going to get into the psychology of things? Why do you think someone as strong and powerful as influential as Malleus chooses to resort to mind control? My thoughts on the matter is if you're resorting to mind control, you don't have much faith in your negotiation skills, which means he has problems with communication. If he has a family made up of mind-controlled people, then he feels like he's going to lose his family. Now, if they're doing so willingly, that's a different matter. But if they're being coerced...
That's the problem.
Really? That didn't look like it was a
He
cooperative...
has a family.
That didn't look like a cooperating family to me. He literally fought against Malleus on our side. Complete strangers. Maybe not you, but me. He didn't know who the fuck I was. So why the hell would he fight for someone who they barely know? It makes no sense. Not to mention you said that Oops was trying to show you something. Maybe showing me something as well, but...
Oops used to be someone who worked for him.
Okay, so why did he look like that? If Malleus respected them and valued them as a person, would he not want to keep them pristine? Most collectors in this world, if they are trading whether it be cards or antiques, they want it in its mint condition, not in some sort of weird botched state.
Maybe.
Has anything like what we went through happened any other time you went to that mindscape? Has there been chaos and discourse when it's happened?
No, actually.
Right, how many times has this happened? If it's the one time out of 5, that's an anomaly.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. It's hard to say. There were a lot of things that were different that night. Normally, Oops is not there.
Okay, so
Normally,
why did he
I'm
take
the
him?
One there. I don't know.
Do you think Malleus
Could be
was
a number of
afraid?
reasons.
Normally, for me, when I take someone else with me, it's because I wanted insurance, a safety net. Whether I use the person as a body shield, or I use them for negotiations, whether I want to have him on my side. Malleus is vastly strong. He could have dealt with us both easily. But he decided not to. He brought Oops. There had to be a reason why.
Alright.
It's flaring up.
I get your point. It's definitely something that I've not seen before, but he's also never asked me to do something quite so dramatic.
Maybe he's desperate. If I was going to get to someone's head... So we had something called a shotgun cruise in the Whisperers. Literally point a shotgun at someone's head, asking where the traitors. You put doubt into their mind, and you make examples of other people. You blow their brains out, create fear, in the hopes that they will tell people if there are any insurgencies. We don't like function like that anymore, but we're pushed to a point where we have to comply, or we die.
Yeah.
He was literally doing the exact same thing. He was making you choose. He was trying to make me choose. But I was unwilling to. The thing is with fear tactics, they only go as so far as people believing in them. If people has no fear of death, then what can you threaten them with? If someone has loyalty to someone as unwavering, that's also not going to dissuade them either. It's the powerless at the point. It's manipulation. I don't know much about Malleus. All I know is he runs the market district, he funds the tigers, he switched to a new body. It has the same scar but a different face. He's eccentric, he eats hands. He had a place called Marlow City. I think you're better well equipped for these kind of faults. I'm only trying, from an outside perspective, I'm trying to provide some form of aid. Some food for thought, I guess.
No, I understand, and I appreciate it. I just... There are so many things at play, it feels... impossible.
I thought killing a Council 9 member was impossible, and I've done it. So you're impossible because you put the walls up. We have a lot of potential as humans to do things. Great things. Or horrible things. People made nuclear weapons in the past that fought world wars. Because of a simple idea or faith. Weird to call it. A driving factor. And going back to the conversation about trust. If the people are still aligned with you and what the goal is and what you want to do, they can behave like they don't trust you, but they will ultimately trust you. Sometimes you have to make it believable. Sometimes you have to play the part to a T in the hopes that it's going to bring results.
Yeah. I guess up to this point, it just never really mattered to me if people fully trusted me or not. I have had conviction in what I was doing was the right thing to do. But up until this point, the only other people who knew of what I was doing were people involved in Aegis. And now that changes.
Especially when Maddie's McKay is a benefactor.
Ah. Yes. That's...
I'm not really into politics.
We take his money and we do work for him, but many of the people there at Aegis feel exactly the same way that I do. We've seen the awful things he does, and we're wanting to try to do things, but...
And are they acting? They are. Well, I'll take your word for it. If they are doing stuff that can contribute, then it's fine, but there's a difference between saying that you'll do something and doing something. Politicians say a lot of things but do very little. Soldiers do a lot but say very little. It's...
Why do you think we're so quiet about it?
My
Most of
tracking
us
is terrible.
Can't
Terrible.
even talk about half of the things that that we've seen, that we've done. Because if he finds out, all of us are at risk. Heck, I'm putting a lot of people at risk just by telling you this right now.
Then why tell me?
Because I trust you, and I know that you think he's just as awful as we do, but... The fact that we take his money and people view us in that light is part of the reason I was okay with people looking at me and just seeing his student. It helped, if anything.
If they themselves aren't doing anything to aid the efforts, then who are they to judge?
It's not even about being judged or not judged. It just didn't matter. So long as they stay out of the way, aren't trying to stop me. Part of me wonders what things would be like if I had never met him. But I think back to how we met,
How you and him met? I don't think of it.
Yeah.
I don't even know how you two met.
Every so often he would come up to the station. He wanted to visit and see the people. There's a lot of unusual people there, and you know how he gets about unusual people. I thought I would be fine. I'm just human. I had only recently become aware of my power and didn't really have a full understanding of it. Let alone Iris at that point. He was going around saying hello to people, asking who the new agents were, and he saw me and...
Took an interest.
Yeah, he could tell. It's like he could sense it. Even back then, knew something was off. Something different. Yeah, I know. It's creepy. We've been dealing with him for long enough. Most of it doesn't bother us anymore. It's a little bit scary, I guess, yes. Being close to him, being around him, it makes my skin crawl. Every time it started to happen, I just reminded myself why I was doing this. I wanted to help people. And I didn't know of many others, if any, that could do what I do. I guess it just always felt like the right thing. But you're right, I have been trying to live the best of both worlds.
So what's your plan? You have none.
I don't think I could ever go back. Everything I've seen, everything I know at this point, I would be on my deathbed, regretting everything, if I didn't try to do something. There are so many people he is hurting. And I hate it. I want to stop it. But I don't know how.
You're in a bit of a precarious situation. Because you're playing the part of a spy. You are at the mercy of people who can actually take action to make the decision and pick up your case file. So until then, you're playing a waiting game. There is not much you can do. But the time is also ticking. The more invested you're in this, the more likely you are to become a pawn. And, well, I doubt he would mind control a student of his, especially when he's trying to refine up, because as much as it would be easy to just use you as a weapon, he needs your individuality to do something. I mean,
He's tried to make others.
other psychics.
He's tried to train others. Create them other children. He's had schools.
Well, that complicates things, doesn't it? I thought you were to
Yes
say...
and no.
What do you mean, no?
It tells me that thus far, it hasn't worked. I have only ever met one who could control themselves with any amount of skill, who is more powerful than I was.
Even if
That was one
it's...
of his projects.
Okay, so just because it hasn't succeeded now doesn't mean in a few years' time, or hell, even a few months it's not going to work
That's
out.
what scares me.
Do people know he's amassing an army of psychics?
Some of us.
Some...
He hasn't
A tailbone.
protected it. No. But he's getting closer, you're right. And in the meantime, he's been using me as a means of testing things, seeing what works. At least as far as I can tell.
Do you know where that thing that he created from us is? Because if he's amassing an army, and he's using mental energy, whatever it is, to create new species, he's going to weaponize that. And if you look at genetics, normally when they look at geneticists, they tend to take genetics from other places and make them work together. If he has that...
That's what he's been trying to do.
Right, so... What are people waiting for then? The longer this goes on, the less likely you're going to be able to do anything against him. He's more of a threat than he was 2 years ago. And people didn't strike when the iron was hot. That's like...
I don't know. I really don't. I wish I had an answer to that question. It's why I told you about things in the first place.
And I thought District Zero was a mess. I kind of thought things outside District Zero would be a bit more organized. But it's still just as disorganized.
Yeah. Things were looking better for a time. I was beginning to feel confident, and I watched as one of my best friends and co-workers
Slade.
marched into his office and nearly threw away everything that we had worked for. Since then, I don't know who is willing. I put my faith in the Valentis, and they struck too soon.
You're putting your faith in the Valentis of all people?
I don't know many others.
The Valentis are a bunch of ex-whisperers who are punching above their punching weight.
At least they were trying.
Yeah, I suppose I can give him that.
The only other person who I knew who had a vested interest was Fable, but I don't trust him.
You don't
He almost
trust...
got me killed.
Right.
And then there's the fact that he is now married, and last I heard he was having a child.
Fable is married. I don't know who this faithful person is, but he's married and having a child.
Yes, the
Well, I hope
woman
his
by the
slate
name
is
of Dylan.
squeaky
She
clean.
used to work at, Aegis. As far as I'm aware,
Don't know much about her. She's... Well, I don't exactly have much of an opinion. At least a good one anyways, of either of them.
I would help, but I understand. I understand my place in this. Something I can interfere with, and I'm not equipped to deal with it. Hell, I think you're barely qualified to deal with it as well.
at least that's something we agree on.
I think that this is just one of those things that you just have to accept and get on with your life. If we all become mindless drones, and, well, we all become mindless drones, and it's outside of our control. So we just kind of accept it. Don't believe in fate, but there's also something called, well, universal constants. Maybe this is meant to happen. Somewhere in a different dimensional time mumbo jumbo type shit situation.
Sounds a lot like fate.
Yeah. I guess it does, yeah.
I've never really put much stock in fate. How do you know something is going to happen, or has to happen, or is even supposed to happen until after it's already happened?
Unless you're some powerful wizard, which last I checked, neither of us are.
What do you mean I have my magical staff right there? It's a joke.
I don't know. Like I said, after everything I've seen, I don't think I'd be able to live with myself, but in the other hand,
Hey Kitten, how you
I don't
doing?
want to see things happen to you. You've already fought so hard to get to where you are now, and to...
Nothing is going to happen to me. I get a few grey hairs, unless of course Malleus decides to pay me a visit again, which I doubt he's going to do. He's a busy man, he owns a district. If he has time to come hunting for me on a half a year basis, then I'm going to start questioning what he's doing with our council seat position, right? I am perfectly fine and safe. This is probably the safest I've ever been. The likelihood of me dying or something bad going wrong is slim to none. I'm not even joking, I'm being serious.
Yeah,
I see how hard you're fighting.
and I don't want to get in your way.
How hard I'm fighting? I'm not fighting anything at the moment. I'm existing. I mean, if you classify me having this mana cancer as me fighting the cancer, then yeah, I guess. But this is one of those things that you kind of just... It's cancer. You don't really cure it. You just alleviate the problems.
I guess I don't mean just that, but everything up to this point.
All the hardship you've endured, it shouldn't be for nothing.
Hmm.
You deserve to live and to find happiness somewhere. And I don't want to get in the way of that.
You aren't? What made you think you're getting away with it? Because of the Mindscape stuff that happened? Look. I have a question for you. And this is going to probably come off as kind of somewhat harsh, but I don't really know how else to word this, so... I have experienced the deaths of 3 people who I consider myself to be very close to. People which I would say are key people in my life. King, Una, and Millie. They're dead. Not by my own hand, but by their own actions, which is good for them. But the scenario in the Mindscape where you told me that you wanted me to kill you, and it's by my own hand, consider how I would feel.
I didn't even... I'm an idiot. I didn't even think about it. I was so... I was selfish. Asking that of you.
Well, we were both selfish in that regard. I wanted you to end me because, well... even though I would never do it myself, there's been sometimes thoughts in my mind where, you know, letting the pages of the book come to an end might, well, you know, be a strange blessing in disguise. But also, if you were to do it to me, it saves me the, well, extra trauma of having to, you know, do it to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So both equally selfish.
Just...
I'm not saying this to make you feel bad. I'm saying this to make you aware that what you think you're doing to save or help other people isn't always necessarily what is best for them. Another philosophical thought, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, you're right.
Happiness, and this is where I would put my wife if I had one.
Because I just never see what other people see.
Isn't that ironic, when you can literally peer into people's minds?
It's one thing to be able to. It's another to allow yourself to. Try to ignore it. Every chance I get.
Out of respect for them, or because of the emotional baggage that comes from you peering into someone's mind?
Guess a little bit of both.
Hmm.
The first few times it happened, as a guy sensei, guess it always just seemed like it was best just to stay out of people's heads.
Hmm.
How would you feel if someone just walking down the street could hear your every thought?
Well, for starters, 1, I wouldn't know they're doing it, and 2, I wouldn't really care. If someone could read my thoughts, and, well... Look, just because you can read someone's thoughts doesn't mean someone can't read you. I have learned how to read people's body language or facial expressions. I know you clearly feel very bad about yourself because of your low posture. You're not particularly proud. You also find of... And now you are aware of me doing that and you're changing how you sit.
Yeah. That's... Yeah.
So, if someone's aware that you are reading their thoughts, say so Marius or you were to read my thoughts, do you not think it would be similar? I would change my thoughts so you wouldn't know what I'm thinking of. Same as how you hide body language. There's a reason why I wear a hood over my face and a mask over my mouth. People can't read something they can't see. And it's based upon body language. Well, I'm wearing a cloak, armor, I stand up straight. If I'm weak, I appear strong. And if I'm appearing strong, it's one of those things. It's deception. You kind of just learn that, and yeah.
I get it.
Bit off-handed topic, but man, it must really suck for you to go to 9 hells if you have the ability to read people's minds.
Oh, I hate that place.
Yeah, imagine for someone like you, it would be horrible.
What is...
If you could read people's minds, and if you go to a brothel...
Even without being able to read people's minds, the floor is sticky, the people talk about weird things that I really don't want to hear, and... Yeah. I guess I'm that kind of person.
You also tend to
I've tried to
absorb
avoid
your
it for a
surroundings a
long time.
lot. If you focus on something, you tend to block out everything else. I'm pretty sure Malice probably teaches about this when you try to use certain psionics. He probably tells you to blank everything else out. Maybe your cold stuff, you think about cold memories or whatnot. You don't think about, warm memories or... yeah, it's a big rabbit hole. You get the general gist of it.
Yeah. Not always easy. Blocking out people's minds.
Here I tried using it for training. Going to a busy street and just trying to focus on
Yeah,
one
in the past.
person's mind out of the street.
Yeah, I used to do it all the time at the meat track when things started to get worse. I started getting more sensitive to it.
See, you are more capable than you give yourself credit for. If I were to assume that you're not capable, I would assume that you wouldn't be doing those kind of things. But you are. Which means you are actively trying to do certain things. Did Marius tell you to do this? Did your sensei tell you to do this? Or is it something which you did yourself? Of your own accord?
I suppose Sensei sort of suggested it. He'd have me practice different things. It was why things started to get more sensitive, I guess. Like a muscle, it was just getting stronger and stronger, but... He was also telling me, to be respectful of other people. And the sanctity of the mind. It's the only place where people can be by themselves, truly. Most of us.
Yeah, it depends based upon personal opinion. Your sensei says it's sanctity of the mind and it's a safe space. I don't like being in my mind most of the time, if I'm honest. It's actually a horrible place. So... rambling too much. Sorry.
No. Don't mind it at all. guess at the end of it all, I've just tried my best to fit in. After leaving Ristov, I've not had a lot of opportunities.
A lot of opportunities for what? Fitting in?
Yeah. It wasn't until I got to Aegis that I began to meet people who were even remotely like me, or willing to accept, weird stuff.
Okay.
Heck, I'm pretty sure they accepted me glowing sooner than I did.
That's good.
But outside of there, it's the same. I'm trying to fit in, trying to not overstep my bounds, not hear those voices. I don't want people to be angry at me because I heard something I wasn't supposed to.
Who's gonna know? If you find out something which you weren't supposed to, who's gonna know you found that out? Unless you tell them.
I don't, but I guess I just end up feeling bad about it.
People which have gifts like yours, is used in moderation, right? If you were malicious, right, you wanted to exploit people, you'd be using your power consistently and, fucking people over. But you have a good sense of judgment. You have a good sense of morals. You can listen to people's conversations, but because you listen doesn't mean you're necessarily going to use that information. It's like me with a sword. Swords are meant for killing people. Am I hacking people to pieces all the time? No. I do it when I use it when it's necessary. Use it in self-defense. Use it when it has a purpose. Same with you find out information. If someone was having a thought about, what am I going to have for lunch, right? Are you going to weaponize the fact that they're going to have carrots for lunch? I mean, if someone was going to weaponize it, it'd be like, I'm going to raise the price of carrots so that they spend more money on it. But a lot of the time, the information you might be receiving is just background noise. Doesn't matter. And sometimes when it comes to certain things, for example, if there's someone who you have a deep amount of affection for, if you read their mind, it then becomes a question of, do you want to find out the answers? Do you benefit from finding out the answers? Or are you better off not knowing? Because you want it to be an authentic experience, because you want it to be a surprise. There's no one way to do certain things. It's not black and white. Different shades of grey. And like a muscle, it only gets stronger the more you use it. You probably feel a certain amount of shame using your ability without people's permission. And you refrain yourself from achieving stuff. You have a ability, like you even seen yourself, how rare it is. You have a powerful gift and ability and you're refusing to use it because of courtesy towards others. Especially when you want to move the mountain that is McKay or cure the people that he is currently ailing. You can't be polite about it.
if I were to use my powers so openly, so... Well, I suppose I would call it irresponsibly, but I guess that's just how I was raised. How would that make me any different from McKay? He is someone who is powerful, who has had the time to grow that muscle, as you call it.
Morals. You have a sense of what is right and wrong. He doesn't. Not to mention he was... You are human, right? It's not normal for you to have these abilities. So it's a gift. Malleus was probably part of a race that these things are inherent to their race. That's like a dragon spitting fire. They're going to use it all the time because it's part of their nature. If a human could spit fire, he might use it to light a cigarette, make some food, burn someone they don't like, right? But that's their choice of doing it and applying a tool that they have to a situation. Oh shit, what did she say?
I know. I guess I'm just afraid of hurting people.
If it was up to me, and I had to choose a choice between someone else hurting someone or myself, I would choose myself. Because I know how much I need to hurt someone for it to be convincing, or hurt someone enough so it's just enough. Someone else... I hate that I'm saying this. You have to do it because there's too much of a risk of someone else getting it wrong. If you do it, you know you're going to do it right. If you are mind controlled by Malleus and he's using your powers against your own will because he has you mind controlled, you're not using the powers because you think it's right. He's using it for you in your stead. And you're ended up in that situation because you're not willing to act or improve the situation you're in. I see so many people in the Hollow, in the Whisperers, who do things because they don't think it's morally correct, and although I do understand there is a certain sense of morals and ethics, sometimes you have to do bad things to avoid worse things from happening.
I understand that. Maybe I just worry too much. Maybe I'm too cautious. Maybe it's just a different feeling. I feel awful when I hurt people. Even now, I think back to the people that I have hurt.
Very much for the follow, DVM Milan. Welcome to the stream.
I
Hope
never
you're
want
safe.
to do that again.
I hope you enjoyed your stay at the community.
And try not to let it stop me. I get what you're saying. It just...
You need more exposure to it.
It weighs heavy.
Yeah.
Maybe there's worse people out there. people who would use a power like this for much worse things, but that doesn't mean that I should allow myself to act with all to care.
It's your choice at the end of the day, or what you want to do with it. I'm only applying what you've said and what you've learned from my own lens and trying to make sense of it.
Yeah, no, I understand. And there is wisdom in it. You are right. If I hold myself back from learning and growing, then how am I going to help other people? But that doesn't mean I shouldn't worry, I guess. But maybe I'm worrying too much, and does the fact that I can do what he does, could read your thoughts, maybe even mess with your head, does that scare you at all?
I suppose the question here is, am I scared of you? I'm not.
In not so many words. Yeah. Well, I would say that's because I've tried not to give you a reason to be afraid of me. But maybe I guess I'm just a bit afraid of myself.
You are. You worry too much about losing control, not having control. But I'm pretty sure your sensei would say this, but you train to gain control of certain things. You just leave it a chance if you... Actually, no, I'm not going to say this. You already know. Because you told me what's happened before and you didn't have control. And you gain that control through experience, for doing something repeatedly until you have the mastery of it. The same as riding a bike. You're going to fall off the bike, graze your knee, hurt yourself a few times, until eventually you can ride the bike without hurting yourself and hurting others. Give me one moment. I need to take my medicine. I bought some extra just in case, because I felt like the conversation was going to last a little bit longer, but yeah. I was prepared this time. No, you're fine. Nuh-uh, kitten, nuh-uh. Yeah, because the thing got reset.
Thank you.
What for?
Talking to me about this. Just thinking about it, I just must feel like talking to a child.
I mean, compared to me, sometimes you are considered a child. Not because of age, but because of experience. Such as the pitfalls of fighting a war, pitfalls of killing someone. Although you have killed people, it's a lot less than yours.
Yeah. No, I understand that. It's a thing that is necessary sometimes. I get that. It doesn't bother me.
It bothers me a bit.
There are lives you regret taking.
Wearing the mask that was Queen, she was created simply for the mission to get things completed to a finality. She was fine with killing things because there was no emotion or humanity behind the mask. It was just me or them completing the mission, eventually leading to an end that would foolishly be satisfactory. But without the mask, it's a bit different. Makes you think. Makes you wonder. But then you kind of realize there's not really much point wondering, because the actions have already been made, people's lives taken away, and all you can really do to make sure that their lives weren't just forfeits, you make sure that you stay alive. When you kill someone, you take over their dreams, even if it's your enemy or a complete stranger. Because if you kill them and then you die, then, well, it makes their death pointless, a waste. A lot of people don't understand that. If your ally dies, you often take...
I suppose I've never heard anyone else put it that way.
You ever heard the term that when someone who has killed someone, they look at the hands and see the blood of those they've killed? I think it's more of a poetic term than an actual literal term. Unless, of course, you have PTSD or some sort of trauma, in which case they would probably see blood.
No, I suppose I understand. I didn't feel good about having to take someone else's life, but it... I guess it didn't bother me in the way that I thought it would. Or at least what other people thought it would.
Because it's part of the job, your duty, what's expected of you. Maybe you're numb to it.
I was just doing what I thought I needed to in the moment.
Exactly. I think anyone who kills
They
someone...
were going to kill people who were good people.
Mm.
And while maybe they weren't completely irredeemable people themselves, how to put it? Part of my practice is recognizing that there is negativity everywhere. But there is also positivity. And the world will always end up putting itself back in balance. But while you live, you should always try your best to put more positivity into the world with your actions. I remember how much Choro-san was worrying over me, trying to tell me it's okay. You took their lives and that's okay, it happens. And I was really only just worried if I had felt some sort of enjoyment from taking their lives. I didn't expect to feel so numb. That was the only thing.
It's how most people tend to deal with trauma or something else. You go numb to it.
I found that out later, but I guess in the moment it just felt odd.
Mm.
But at no point in time did I question whether or not it was wrong for me to have taken their lives. I was trying to protect the lives of many others, and they would have died if I hadn't done something. People were dying.
It's human nature and anyone else's nature for that matter. I think any race would try to justify their actions. Make it seem, oh, I did this because I had to. They were going to kill other people. They're going to kill me. They're going to rob the place, right? But it's like most wars, like most conflicts. It's a matter of perspective, justice. What one side is doing might seem just in their side. The other side sees it as a wrongdoing, and vice versa. There's no... In certain categories or certain cases, there is no right nor wrong. There's only us and them. I mean, Tigers and the Whisper is a good example.
No, I understand that.
Hmm. Yeah.
I guess I just wondered if there were people who, despite it all, you feel like you shouldn't have killed. That you weren't trying to protect something. Trying to stop more negativity from being bled into the world with your actions.
It's weird because saying about people I shouldn't have killed, I would struggle to give you exact people who I shouldn't have killed. Probably a few Whisperers or Tigers who got caught in the crossfire. But
You don't have to tell me exact names. I was just wondering if there was, I don't know, things that still haunt you. Much like the idea of having hurt a few people in my life with this power makes me worry and fret. I wondered if the same was for you. Or something else.
The only thing that haunts me is my lack of a decision that would lead to someone's death. I can tell you one, which I'm pretty sure it's obvious because I've had this conversation with you before, but it's lucky.
Yeah.
I came up to a situation where I got back from a mission. I was tired, I was injured, and I was on good terms with him. I considered him a friend at one point. Maybe not a best friend, but a friend nonetheless. And to be a friend of mine is kind of a big deal. Friends for me is a bit more of a best friend. You have to hit that point for me to consider you close.
I think I understand.
Lucky decided to drag Yuna out because Millie at the time said that Lucky can make his attempts on Yuna, but not within the hollow. So he dragged her out, left her with no weapons. I pursued. I didn't have my sword with me. I had a borrowed weapon because I was going through treatments to see if the sword was causing my cancer. So I was using someone else's. Lucky started fighting Yuna and I stopped him, but I used the blunt end of the blade, not the sharp. It was a katana. I guess I was kind of arrogant in a sense. I believe that my martial prowess, my ability to fight, would beat his inability to fight. But I guess my wounds got the better of me, and the fact that I was going easy on him led to me being knocked out. The last thing I passed out seeing her alive and woke up and she was dead. And I think to myself over time that if I maybe didn't hold back, maybe she would have survived. Maybe if I told the people who were pinning her down that as a member of leadership I'm ordering them to let her go. The thing is, they foolishly believed that Lucky was a member of leadership at the time and took his word as an order, I guess. Wasn't thinking enough, didn't really have time to react, was exhausted, was injured, and made some bad choices. So. Like Bucky? Yeah, she probably would. Philosophical conversations. Another one obviously being Millie. I had an opportunity to run away. Go somewhere far away. Away from this, I had money saved up that I got from Yuna as well. And we planned to run. I chose to stay out of petty revenge. And now she's in a weird, precarious situation. She's dead, but also not dead, and I can't make up my mind whether or not she's actually living or she's just gone.
You know? Neither of those are situations where you actually hurt someone. You were, well, wanting to hurt someone, at least in the second situation. With Lucky, you were trying to spare him.
Yeah, which brings me back to this point I have. The fact that I held back and didn't hurt them cost me. It's similar to how we were in a mindscape. Marius wanted me to fight someone, and I had thoughts that maybe, you know, me not fighting is causing us problems. Ended up being a boon, but sometimes it's more hassle than
It's
it's worth.
difficult to tell.
Exactly.
It's impossible to know what happened. But I understand. Maybe that's why you feel so strongly about me holding myself back.
Yeah, because holding yourself back leads to a situation where you go from being in control to not in control. You can't control things that you're not in control of.
But sometimes acting too hastily can also lead to unwanted results.
Well, true. If you have a situation where you have to put the chips down on the table and it's time to call, you have to act. And it has
I
to be
think this
quick.
is a gambling analogy. No, I don't entirely get it.
Well, going back to Marius. Me not fighting and taking all his injuries was a huge gamble. I had no idea whether or not they would have just, well, you know, mentally killed me in that instance. I took hits, took screams, or whatever the fuck Oops was doing. Aiden wanted to fight. I was actually expecting him to run me through. My first thought was just to give him a hug so he couldn't move. At least then, you know, I'd just have a sword in me. But it was a gamble. And it was not in our favor. Or mine.
But in the end, it all worked out.
Yes, it did. But that's the one time I've gambled. And it came out in my
Just-
favor. Hmm?
The impossibility of it all, you know. I don't think you've ever really met her, but one of our, well, it's strange to think of her as just a co-worker. She went to the same monastery that I did, or grew up there anyway. I feel like this is one of those moments where she would probably simply say, "Oh well."
So
You can't
Sylvia's...
worry about something you can't control and you can't predict. So, don't.
There are certain situations in which case not knowing how things are going to turn out is an advantage. Especially when you know the opponent or you know your person well, right? If it's an unpredictable situation, you have to wonder if your opponent also sees it as unpredictable, if they have plans. For example, Marius, when he gave us the ultimatum, he predicted that one of us would fight each other, kill each other. I'm pretty sure he had a prediction that we would also fight him, would retaliate. But I don't think he predicted that we would do nothing. So I got this question. When you're in this mindscape, are you able to move when you're in it? So an example would be if Malleus puts us into his mindscape, has he reached a mastery where when he's in that mindscape with us, he's able to freely move around? See, if he isn't, he's vulnerable. So if we wanted to stay in that mindscape for eternity, he would also be in there for eternity with us. He would eventually have to let us go.
Potentially, yeah. I don't know. That's something I've not actually tried before. When I do this, it's difficult to have a sense of the outside world. If something's loud enough or someone shakes me, I feel it. But
Perhaps having a recording device on your person? When he does it again, check if he moves outside of his mindscape. If he moves, he's able to be in two places at once, which is, well, it's bad because it means one of his weak points has gone down, but at least now you know what he's capable of.
potentially.
And it also makes me curious, if you were to fight him both, if he was able to separate themselves, right? And this obviously comes with its own caveats. If you were to fight him on both fronts.
How safe it would be, but in theory, yes, someone could strike at him. I don't know what it would do to someone. Being connected to the mind of a dying person.
You would probably go with them. Here's another. Here's some more food for thought. If you want to do something, for example, when I wanted to take down Strange, you shouldn't really believe you'll come out winning, but also coming out alive. Obviously, you can wish for it, but doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. Now, Strange was a small fry compared to Malleus, but if you're fighting Malleus, people should be willing to die on that hill. If you're taking down a giant, people have to get...
I understand, it's just, sacrificing someone's life in that way, whether it be my own or someone else's, that's...
Well, let me also play devil's advocate. If you kill someone who is in a mindscape with other people, what's stopping him from just entering the now empty vessel? And if they do empty the vessel, then that person, everyone who was in that mindscape, is also now in that body. Again, I don't know if that's how it works, but...
I'm not sure. I don't know how that works. It's less like you're empty. It's more like tying a rope around yourself, connecting it to another. I don't know. This is why I said before, it's difficult to just practice this. To experiment with this is potentially risky to both other people and myself.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. As with most things in life.
It's a really, really casual way of putting it, yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know anything about this mindscape stuff, so yeah, I'm pretty casual about it. Not my area of expertise.
When I first started doing this, was first getting advice from anyone, I met someone. I think you've met him as well. There's a good chance you have. His name's Shen. He used to work at the meat rack, or at least was around the meat rack quite often. He's a scion like me and a telepath. But he's not well in the head. He originally tried to convince me that I should practice my powers on people in hospitals, in comas. I just... To do that to someone, even if they are in a state like that, you potentially make things worse. Give them no chance.
They're in a coma. Normally when people are in comas, they tend to be trapped in their own mind. That's for kind of what comas are for. It kind of disconnects the body from the mind in a way that doesn't cause more harm to the physical body. You have induced comas. But if you were connected with someone who was in a coma, I imagine they might appreciate the company. They might like it. Because if the coma is them trapped in their own mind, and they don't know how to navigate through their mind, for example, you could show them the scenery here. They might like that. You could show them potential family members. They would love that. You can give people a sense of closure as well, especially if it's a terminal illness.
Maybe.
But I imagine
If there's a chance that they could recover, I guess I'd just be worried about making things worse.
If there was a chance they would recover, they would have recovered by that point. If they have not recovered, and it's been 5 years...
Can't people be in comas for years?
They can.
Not decades?
They can be in comas for years, but normally that's them trying to diagnose them with what's causing their ailment. Or they're trying to research and develop a cure for said ailment. But sometimes there's situations where there is no cure and they don't know what this ailment is. In which case they'll be left there for a long, long time. The question is, would you want them to live 20 years withering away in their mind before eventually dying, with there being a very slim chance of it getting better? Or would you like to... I suppose it's not really a good argument, so ignore that.
How would you tell someone that they're in a coma? And that, if they can't be helped, then you might be the last person they ever talk to. A stranger they've maybe never met.
I like to think that if I was in a coma and someone approached me, giving me the empathy, giving me the understanding that I was going to pass soon, and saying that, look, there's nothing we can do for you, but I'm coming here to help you in your last moments, I would feel comfort in that, in a weird way. I know you've probably heard the saying of life is not life without an ending. In a coma-induced mindscape, they could be there for centuries, because there's no concept of time in that space. That's obviously assuming that comas are like a mindscape.
I don't know. To be honest, the whole idea of going into someone's head that's already in a state like that sounds dangerous for the person doing it.
Hmm.
You know? How do you keep track of yourself?
Probably no more
when they
dangerous
can't
than
do-
going into someone's mind when they're asleep and having dreams.
I've done that, though.
You've done that?
And it was dangerous. Yeah, it was a necessary but dangerous idea.
I think it would be fun kind of doing that, obviously with the risks involved. Do you think there are weird, like, psychic adrenaline junkies who peer into someone's mind and they get off on the thrill of, whether they come out fine or not, seeing what they can see in there? Sorry, weird thoughts for...
The only person who even comes close to fitting such a description would be the one I just told you about, Shen. Like I said, he was not particularly well in the head as far as I could tell.
So as many other people. Myself included.
I don't know. It's definitely worth thinking about. And you're right, I maybe shouldn't hold myself back as much as I do. But it's like a balance. If I go too far, I just risk becoming just like him. Even now, like, thinking about some of the things he's said, some of the ideas he's had, he's not wrong. There are a lot of awful people out there, and there are a lot of people hurting out in the world. He wants to fix them, take away their pain, stop them from hurting each other. He's not wrong, but it's more just the way he wants to go about it. It's messed up.
No, he is wrong. It's like... how to describe it? Okay, here's an example. If I had a wish, and I could do whatever I want with this wish, and I've, for example, I've come across many people which I disagree with, many people dislike, but I agree with myself and I like myself. If I wished everyone to be like me, do you think that would be a good place to live in? No sense of colour, no sense of spontaneous things happening, no sense of texture or flavour in life. It would just be all the same shade of grey.
Yes, I get that. I've had that conversation with him. We've had a lot of debates about that one, actually. But even now, thinking about it, I can affect people's senses. Your eye? The one you can see out of properly? What if I could let you see through mine?
First of all, probably would induce nausea.
Blindness in me? It would.
No, I'm not about...
Oh. Seeing yourself. Okay, how about a better example? Your arm, your shoulder, your neck. All that pain you're feeling?
Hmm.
What if I could take that away? Place it with what I'm feeling right now. Swap our senses. Help you to not feel pain for just a little while. Would you consider that a bad thing?
Consider I used to take morphine daily to deal with the pain. Yeah, it's not a bad thing. However, maybe it's the profession I'm in, but I often believe I'm defined by my scars, by my pains. It makes me human, makes me who I am. If Marius wants to take that
Maybe
away
so.
from me, then I'm not me anymore. Those who he helps, quotation marks, are those people willingly seeking that bliss? Or is he forcing it on them? Because if it's forcing it, that's different. If people want to live in that bliss, then I can't judge them for doing that. But you can't exploit their lack of decision making. You cannot exploit their vulnerabilities. And that's the difference. You won't do that. He does. Maybe you both want the same kind of thing. You don't want people to hurt. But he's going about it in a way that is not a human's perspective. Because he isn't human.
I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is. Honestly. Maybe there is no right answer. I think about it because it's something that has crossed my mind. I want to. If I had the means to lessen your pain, even just for a little while, I would do it. Or at least want to. But imagine then if I could do that for other people. The temptation there. It just seems... I would worry, I guess. Which... I go again, worrying. I would worry that I would just start to do the same things he does.
And that's...
Because yes, a good majority of those people who he does these things to are going to him. They are hurting, they are in pain. And to say that they shouldn't want to lessen their pain isn't wrong. There is a value to it. To the hardship. He's offered before to get rid of my unhappy memories. And I've had to tell him no for that very same reason. As much as I hurt every time I think about those moments of my life, it's important. But then there's the little things. Would you be as strong as you are now because of that pain in your arm? Would you be weaker in the future if I got rid of it? There's no way to know. So it comes down to a decision that you can't make on any sort of real fact, aside from a feeling and a belief. That maybe something good will come from the suffering. Or maybe it won't. It's a mess.
Considering you bring up my arm and its conditions, my stamina has reduced dramatically. I'm not as full of energy as I used to be. However, because I understand that my energy reserves are a lot less. If I'm fighting someone, I tend to make the fight end quickly, and I'm more aggressive for it. Sure, it's not fixing the issue, but you make do with what you have. So even if you were to remove this pain, how to describe it? If you're used to things being a specific kind of way, you've adapted to it. If you were to say, example, you were to run with weights in your shoes, you eventually get used to that weight. And if you remove that weight, suddenly you have a lot more maneuverability. And although you feel like you're moving faster, you are sacrificing technique. When it comes to running, technique is just as important as being able to feel light. The analogy is completely... it's a shit analogy.
It's difficult. I get it. This is why I say it, though. It's impossible. Which is why I've sort of just decided up to this point to never want such a thing. Because the moment I start to, what's to stop me?
It's your choice. I'm not convincing you to do these things. And I hope when it comes with Malleus, you have as much pushback. You have as much resistance. Because if you
Who's
are...
the one trying to convince me?
convince you to do that.
That's a good way of thinking. That if you have the means to stop someone's pain, no matter the circumstances, it's good to get rid of that pain, erase it even. I don't know. I guess I'm just...
The difference is... you're a psychic, right? And so is Malleus. If he's removing physical pain, I think that's fine. Because he's not messing with the mind, right? He's messing with your perception, but at the same time, if he has to maintain physical pain... For example, if 100 people were to ask him to remove physical ailments, he can't maintain that. And that's because you're telling me that Malleus is having a conversation with us, and also maintaining 100 people, which is also a large number, and I'm pretty sure it's more, removing their physical pain.
It's different. I guess the analogy doesn't entirely work.
If it's physical pain, that's fine. If it's mental and emotional pain, that's not fine. It's like... if you're playing a difficult game, and you cheat to get to the very end, does it feel fulfilling? Do you feel satisfied? Do you feel fulfillment? Probably not. If you get through those struggles and you fight the boss, win, you figure out the puzzle and you put all the pieces together or do something like that, it feels rewarding. Same thing with mental problems.
But a temptation.
You have been a priestess for how many years?
Almost a... Oh. Oh, wow.
More
over
than...
a decade.
Yeah, more than 10 years. And you have
Yeah.
resisted against temptation. Again, not much faith in your own abilities. The temptation's different, but it's still a temptation nonetheless.
I guess it's a little bit different, but yes. Yes, you could put
No,
it
it's
that way.
not. A little bit different. Okay,
Abstaining from something is a little bit different than...
I believe they're one and the same. They use the same kind of methodology, which is discipline. And also a sense of self. A sense of what you believe is the right or wrong. As long as you keep that sense of right and wrong, and don't sway from it, then it's fine. But here's a counter argument. What happens if you don't care about morals, right? You start getting high off the fact that people are praising you, thanking you for removing their ailments, and that goes to your head. Then yeah, sure, now you have a situation where you are abusing your powers. You're willing to look past your principles to feed a sin, feed vanity or pride.
Yeah.
Oh, she has.
It's difficult to put all the thoughts into words.
That is the pitfall of philosophy and good of mental illnesses. Although I think the real kicker is the philosophy.
It's just how to put this. I don't see myself as being as strong as I think you see me as. Just in the same way as I probably see you as stronger than you see yourself as. Sure, we have confidence in ourselves to some degree, but
I suppose the question is, how strong do you think I think you are? Don't think about it too much. Just respond with what comes to your head.
There are some days where the temptation is great,
Mm.
and more lately, I am. I don't know how much longer I want to ever have to wait, because I feel differently than I used to, I guess. I've gotten older, things have changed, I've had life-changing experiences. Things that scared me, things that made me angry, things that made me sad. Things that brought me joy. And now, it's like someone telling me that I shouldn't hold myself back. Shouldn't. Always. Abstain.
So what is it that you want to do if you no longer abstain yourself? What would be the first thing you would do if you no longer held back?
I'm not good at this.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm sorry.
If you don't trust yourself to be in control, and abstaining is the best option for you to do certain things, then abstain. You often know yourself better than anyone else, and if you feel like you're going to abuse that power, then you're probably going to abuse it. This is one of those things that is a lesson where you have to think about whether you're ready to do it or not.
Well, I suppose for starters, I wouldn't simply sit and wait. For you to tell me how you feel about me. How you see me. Or just look myself. But you know, I don't want to. At least, I tell myself I don't want to. But it's a temptation. You said it yourself, if you can have all of the answers.
Okay, I thought this was a little bit... I thought this was more malice related and more
Yeah.
serious. If there's something... Well, okay, maybe not more serious.
I mean, if I could just make him explode and never exist, I would do it.
Well, yeah, I think...
Probably. Maybe. I don't know.
think
I
a
don't
lot
know
of people
what I would
thank you
do.
for that. But you don't have that
There
ability.
would also be a lot of other problems created in the moment that he is
unleashed from this mortal coil. So many other problems that his death would bring.
And in which case, this comes down to, again, what we want to do with Malleus. You kind of hit me with two great big bombshells here, so I'm going to go through the
Yeah, well, they're.
latter one first.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Right, so the first one we're going to go with is, if you kill Malleus and there's a power vacuum, something else is going to replace him, and you have it less predictable and you understand it less than Malleus does. In which case, it goes back to the idea of, why are you risking yourself to deal with Malleus if you know that killing him or removing him from power is going to make the situation
It's
overall
not even the power
worse?
vacuum. It's all of the things that hide in his basement, all the people that work under him. The problem isn't just him.
Okay.
That's what I hate.
In which case, this goes back
Even
to
if I could kill him.
this goes
just
back to an earlier
snap my
conversation we
fingers.
had. You are sacrificing yourself for a goal which you don't even think is going to work. Because if he dies, power vacuum, if he dies, things in his basement gets unleashed. You're throwing away a lot of things for an undetermined goal which you don't know what you want at the end of it. Other than just healing people. But again, if you're healing people, how is Malleus going to teach you how to heal people? I imagine he was probably going to ask you to fix the aberrations he's created, in which case, if you consider them to be people as well, you are still making them worse before making them better. Based upon how you see it, you're doing the exact same thing, except for you find it fine because you don't consider the aberrations to be human, to be sentient life, to be even cared about. Then to go...
Those beings being created isn't even something I knew was possible until recently.
Well, it's possible now, and it brings into a situation where they could very well be sentient life, in which case they are entitled to living just as much as us. Right?
I never brought that into question.
Well,
Truth be told, I don't know what to do about that situation.
we're here now and we're dealing with it. If it was up to me, the thing that was created from our energies, because of how chaotic it could be and with something like that existing, I want to dispose of it. If it's something that's living a miserable life, dispose of it. If it's something that's going to cause us problems in the future, dispose of it. It's just...
We have no way of knowing.
yeah. And to go to the other bombshell you dropped on me, talking about these things is important. And you're asking me for my feelings towards you. I'm going to be blunt because I feel like you deserve the bluntness of it. You do realize I am still somewhat committed to Millie. Now, whether or not this Millie is the same one, a different one, a clone or whatnot, that's something which I have to deal with. But I'm loyal.
I know. And I don't want to take that away from you. But an idea that was born from a misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? What do you mean?
When I said that to you, I didn't mean it like I do now.
What you mean when I took you to the oak and you said if you said you loved me, I would take care of... So, okay, that doesn't change how you feel right now, though.
Yeah.
If you want to know where you stand with me, this is something which I'm going to struggle to put into words because I've been so detached from humanly bonds being queen that I just... It's a complicated situation. Do I value more than the average Hollow member? Yes. Do I value more than Millie/Una? No. But that's because my bond with them was forged through fighting by their side. Through years and months of struggle. Not saying that can't happen there as well, but just because they are seen as greater does not mean you are lesser.
And I understand that, and I wouldn't want to take that from you. But you asked the question.
When I asked the question, I was asking the question about you holding back, and I thought this was about Malleus, not about how you feel towards me.
I know, and I don't know what to do anymore. I've hit a point with a lot of things where I feel lost.
You feel lost. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm the most qualified for this, but...
Metaphorical sense, how to put this?
You're a hungry child at a buffet.
Not exactly the most... Yeah, I guess that's a way of putting it.
Right.
I have spent so long telling myself that one way of living was not for me. And now I have people encouraging me left and right to live honestly, to find happiness somewhere, especially in the midst of all of this. I feel like I've been waking up from something. I don't even know what. I feel like I blinked. And suddenly I am a young adult trying to figure this out on my own, and I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know why I'm saying this.
No one really knows what they're doing, Dakota. There's no manual for life. There's no instructions on how to succeed or do certain kinds of things. It's just an accumulation of experience. Going back to the starving child at a buffet, my advice, similar to someone who is starving, is you feed them slowly. They eat too much, they're going to make themselves feel sick. They're going to hurt themselves. So take small steps towards finding small enjoyments. Happiness is not often something you should seek, because if you seek it out and you have high expectations to find it, when you don't get it after, a week, 2 weeks, a few months, maybe a few years, you're going to end up feeling depressed. It's going to start feeling like, where am I going wrong? Why can I not get a promotion in my job? Why can I not learn this thing which everyone else seems to be succeeding at? You end up drawing comparisons, and it's not healthy. Surround yourself with people which make you feel happy. And let things naturally happen. If someone feels the same way they do about you as you do them, don't just pounce on it. Approach it steadily. Because if you run, you're less likely to see the things coming in your direction. You're liable to trip, or worse.
That is better advice than I've gotten from most anyone else, honestly.
Coming from someone who has very little relationship advice and is probably the least attached from relationships, that's bad. That's very bad, actually.
And what do? Look to Hamsky? Half the time he just makes fun of me for it.
Well, then Hamsky has no tact.
That's why I don't talk to him about things.
I would say you made a good choice. You took a step in the right direction. I was in a similar situation to you. I had feelings for King. And he knew I had feelings. But because I was worried that people were going to exploit my feelings towards him and vice versa, I kept it hidden. And up until the day he died, we never really openly expressed our affection for each other. And I live with that regret constantly. Not being able to tell him I loved him, how much I cared for him. So, even though I probably didn't tell you what you wanted to hear, it's still good to be able to say it.
Don't know what I wanted to hear. You're one of the few people I feel like I can talk to about most things. Because you won't... Though I do feel like sometimes you know that I am still just a bit of a child. You at least will be honest with me.
Honesty is very important in a relationship to understand people's desires and goals and whatnot. For example, when you said you wanted to fit in, if you're trying to fit in to make friends, do they like you because you're compromising, or do they like you for you? And in which case, would you prefer them to appreciate you for who you are, or a lie which you're fabricating just so they would be willing to approach you? In which case, it brings in the question of, do you want people like that as your friends?
No.
You should be
I understand.
unapologetic in who you are.
Yeah, It took me a while to figure that one out. When you are surrounded by people, Didn't you feel this?
Hey, I'm Sky. Thank you for the eight viewer raids. Hello,
It
welcome
feels
raiders.
hard to be close to people. Because they don't view you as the same.
Queen has forgotten to turn off her phone, but at the same time, I don't think Millie would hate
It's
Queen for
difficult
this.
for them to accept. Some people are scared of it.
I guess that's why
Gods
I'm
forbid
different.
that you make a mistake and have an accident with this.
If it was
The few
me.
people that I've met,
Sorry, I'm interrupting you. Carry on.
The few people who I've met who are like this, most of them are alone as well.
Hmm. Maybe my approach to this is a bit differently. If you're peering through my mind and I go, don't do that, get aggressive. Let's face it, I probably have something to hide. Something which I feel like is private, right? And again, I'm pretty sure due to your training, if someone wanted their thoughts to be truly private, they would be able to make something up in their mind. They would think of something else. Or, something I would do, is if you were to appear in my mind right now, I would think of something that would be kind of humorous. That would be... when you know someone can read your mind, I might say in my mind, yeah, I know you're listening to my mind, and make you aware that that's happening. So it creates a kind of, I don't know, it's...
Exactly, but
that's what I'm trying to say, is that it's difficult to find people who are even willing to go as far as that.
Wow, now I feel like I'm a weirdo. If I'm the only one who's doing it, then...
it's not.
I'm not being serious. I'm just saying...
I just...
I'm...
gets lonely, that's all.
Yeah.
And you know, I've lived a long while not fitting in anywhere, feeling like I'm some sort of outsider to everyone.
Well... I guess you can
Just
take...
gets old after a while.
Yeah. In which case,
It's
you can take solace with me, where I won't cause you to feel that way. You'll feel comfortable. At least that's what I got from this conversation.
And I appreciate it. It's just temptation. Maybe the child looks at it and
now that they have a few friends, they've had a taste for it.
Have you ever tried just asking people these questions? If they're adults about it. If you say, I have feelings for you, they're not gonna recoil at you and go, this person, they want, they're interested in being romantically. I'm gonna just shoot them away. No. How any kind of human or adult will respond with is like, oh, okay, let's analyze this, let's talk about it. Or even then, that was one example. The point I'm trying to make is if you try speaking and communicating with people, a lot of time you won't even need to use your ability. Because talking just sometimes enables that.
I just... to put it... You're the first person I've ever said anything like this to. To be completely straightforward.
Yes, I have seen other people. And it's... I don't know.
It's refreshing. It's liberating.
Maybe
Maybe.
I... How to... Mhm. I'm sure you're going to do that thing where you are going to...
I think you're beautiful.
Okay.
Okay.
Why? Physically, personality-wise,
Yes? Yes?
I'm missing, well, not missing an eye. I'm blind in my left eye. I'm covered in scars. I have crystals growing out of my body. Like,
And
I'm turning grey. Like,
that doesn't bother me. Really doesn't. I mean, maybe it was at first a thing, like, you know, when we first met. Like, yes, I'm a little... It looks painful. And it makes me more worried, more than anything now. But I like talking to you. I enjoy your company.
so the appearances are kind of secondary then. It's more the case of you find me attractive because of personality and mentality, I guess. The looks is a bonus.
Yeah. So it's... I don't know how to...
I don't know how to behave. I guess. It's hard to explain.
You don't know how to deal with romance.
If that wasn't already obvious, yes.
Okay, so, first of all, you are probably feeling embarrassed.
Yes, I am.
Okay, and you are past your teens, right? It's a rhetorical question.
Yes.
Don't answer that. Okay, well. When people miss certain parts of the development process, such as normally in the young teens to their late teens, people experiment. They go through all these different kinds of feelings of love, affection, all that kind of stuff. If you feel embarrassment because you are this age and you should be asking more your age, accept that you skip that part. You need to learn how to walk before you can run. That doesn't really address the issue, but...
Yeah. Just...
You're a nice girl, Sakoto. You have your heart in the right places. You discredit yourself a lot. And yes, sure, you have temptations, but who doesn't? Difference is, like, your temptations are similar to that of a young teen. Malleus's temptations are conquering and takeovering of things. You're not evil for finding out whether or not someone is romantically interested in you, or harbors any other kinds of feelings. That's just youthful innocence.
I guess to me it, just, it feels like something like a slippery slope.
Kind of like you have one sweet thing before dinner, and another one, and then eventually you're just like, oh, I can't have dinner because I've had all the sweet things I've wanted to eat. No, I understand that.
More like making excuses.
Excuses.
Yeah. This power that anyone has should be wielded with responsibility.
And you have been wielding with responsibility. And when you say about, when I gave the alternative of you talking with the person rather than using your psychic ability, that is taking responsibility for doing something. You using your psychic ability to find out whether or not I have feelings for you and vice versa, or whatever you like to call it, that is a shortcut. You're cutting through the difficulties of life to find an answer to something that you just want right now. Sure, this is probably awkward because you asked me these questions and you feel embarrassed, and maybe if you went into my mind, you would be saved the embarrassment. But that's no better than living under, having a sheltered life. You're not really growing from it, you're just indulging in happy moments without the negative for contrast.
But that's why I worry. If I allow myself, worry that eventually that temptation will be too much.
Then get someone who can be your rock. Get someone who can... You ask them, is it fine for me to do this? And not so much they asking for permission, but if they give you enough insight, and you're like, hey, I want to do this, they'd be like, well, you can do it. I don't see anything wrong with doing it, but here's the drawbacks for doing such things. You're better, more informed, and you can make a better decision and feel more satisfied that your ability is not being used in an abusive way. So to address something, I accept your feelings, and I'm flattered. But at the same time, I am committed to someone else. This is not...
Thank you.
Because
I feel like you're just repeating yourself again, and I feel bad for making you have to even think such a thing.
I'm giving you a concrete answer
Just
with your words. Before it was speculation. But I'm giving you an appropriate response for someone who has appropriately been honest with me. This does not change the dynamic of our relationship. We'll still have the same conversations. I'll still treat you the same. And if you want to hold on to these feelings and continue to pursue me, you have to understand my circumstances. Only you can make the decision whether to move on to someone else, wait for me, or, well, you know. If things change in the future, or something happens, the door is always remain open, won't really be closed. But for now, because of my commitments, I'm gonna have to be loyal.
Thank you.
I commend you for your bravery. I imagine it's not easy. Especially when this is one of your first experiences.
I don't even really see it that way. It's like... It feels good to have told you at the very least. Like I said, I didn't necessarily mean for it to come out that way when we first talked about this. I took something you had said, and I thought that if I said something, maybe you would understand. But I realize now, looking back on it, it was really forward of me to say it like that, and I didn't intend for it to mean it like that. But
It is an innocent gesture.
it just... I care about you a lot. And even if you didn't have any feelings towards me, I would still want to be your friend. I would still want you to be my friend. I don't have many. And that makes you important to me. But what you said that night, it kind of stuck with me. And I thought a long while about it. I admire you for a lot of reasons. And I don't consider it bravery to tell you that I think you're an amazing person. You're strong and smart.
When I
And
say
despite your current issue, everything you're trying to fight through, that just makes me admire you more. There's a lot of people in the world that would just give up. I thought about it more, and I think you are beautiful. At least it's what I finally admitted to myself. But I wouldn't want that to get in the way of anything else. But the temptation was there, and that's why I wanted to be honest with you.
mm,
Because I could have looked and just never said anything. But I feel like that wouldn't have been fair to you.
What's on my mind is not so much the case would it be fair to me, was more about, even if you were tempted, would it have been the answer you wanted? Because if you would have peered into my mind, you would have literally just saw that all I had was feelings for Millie. I respect you. I do have positive feelings towards you. But it's not quite the same. And you would probably, like many others, you would be left wondering why and thinking that this... You'll be trapped in your own mind. You'll be thinking about certain things, changing how you speak to me, changing how you approach this relationship. But by talking with me, we've come to an understanding. There's no second guessing, there's no mystery to it. It's my thoughts and words to you in response to your questions. It puts less of a strain on you to have to think about what ifs, ands. For example, and here's a good example. If you were to have looked in my mind and looked for thoughts that I had toward you, there would be thoughts of envy. Can't believe I'm saying this. I'm not bountiful in the chess department. You are more developed. So, if you were to look into my mind, you would have seen that I'm envious of you. That would be negative. That would negatively hamper our relationship. There'll be a misunderstanding.
I think. Yeah.
And you might go off into a corner being like, oh, why is she feeling envious towards me? Without knowing the reasons why I feel envious, or if it's just a insecurity on my own part. It's like reading a letter without any context, and you assume the worst of it. And humans are more inclined to think the worst of situations. And as kind of silly as it was, you now know that I feel envious in that kind of regard. And I don't dislike you or hate you for that. That's just my own insecurities. And something I have to deal with. Probably too much information, and probably made you feel awkward, but it was the only example that came to my mind, and...
I'm not sure. But I appreciate it. The honesty, anyways.
Val, you say this, but Queen literally said that red was marketable. That's pretty fucking blunt.
It's a lot nicer than people.
Did I say to Unit 2? I don't remember
teasing you
that.
about how you may or may not feel about certain things.
Some people just don't know how to communicate. Some people, if they make jokes about it, and this is obviously a psychoanalysis of Hamsky, he probably makes jokes because he feels like if he's serious about his words, people won't take him seriously. So if he says it as a joke, he might be like, haha, I said something serious, but because I said it in a jokey way, I don't actually mean it. And so it absolves him of his responsibilities of committing to something. Sometimes if you want to say something, you have to be blunt and brutally honest, so people know where you stand. Knowing where people stand is important. Otherwise they, again, have parties in their head where they misinterpret a conversation you've had, and now they're either having an anxiety attack, panic attack, PTSD, or they're having some sort of maybe a positive thoughts. Maybe they saw it as a positive thing and misinterpreted the conversation. There's.
I think I understand. I don't know. I guess in a way it did sting, I guess, not just because he was...
Sorry, carry on.
I guess it's... Don't you start.
You're being teased, I'm assuming.
Yes, just a bit.
Hmm.
They're very supportive, but also it's hard to have a conversation about it, but also thinking about it and I feel like I'm overthinking it.
Say the first thing that comes to your
I guess
mind.
I feel insecure about or having thought women are just attractive. But now thinking about it and saying it, I feel so stupid.
Is the year 2425?
There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah,
I know.
there's nothing wrong with that.
But there is the expectation.
From who?
You know,
Yourself?
and I mean, I guess that you're not supposed to look at anyone like that. At least before. Now I'm allowed to, but it's like... Is that actually okay? To look at another person and...
Sakato,
Have your
you
first
are
impression of
so
them? It's...
sometimes painfully innocent. People have these thoughts all the time. There's a reason why.
I'm aware, and I get it, but it also doesn't make it feel any less weird.
You are human
I've
like
been
everyone
doing this
else.
for... Yes, but then, you know, the expectations, and you try to live up to that, and...
Yeah, but now you are in a position of being a head priest. You are given the freedoms. You no longer have that expectation to maintain. Sure, you have new expectations, new responsibilities, but you are more free than you've ever been. And, like I said with the analogy about being a starving child at a banquet, do things in moderation. If you want to be handsy with people, ask them, hey, is it okay to hold your hand? Or is it okay if you stand closer to them? Or some people might even find it flattering. Obviously, don't say to them, hey, I find you really hot. That would be kind of awkward for your sake. You would feel really embarrassed, right? But
Yes.
you're not the only person.
Yeah, I know that.
You're not the only person to have thoughts towards certain people that they are attractive. It's a completely normal, natural thing to do.
I get it, and that's why it feels so stupid to have this conversation, and why it feels so stupid that I've cared so much about people teasing me about it for so long, because, you know, and then there's the expectation.
Oh, did she? Well, Queen has a bit of a big V as well now,
it's a
so.
mess.
Well, it's a good thing to talk about it, someone who won't judge you so you can kind of air things out. Now, obviously, if you had this conversation with Hamsky, he would probably tease you. There's no doubt about that. You know that, I now know that because of how you said about things. Right? Consider me to be dependable. If you have something on your mind which is bothering you, just reach out to me. I don't mind having these conversations. You know where you stand with me, I know where I stand with you. I'm not going to tease you, or if I do, it's going to be in a healthy way that's not going to put you down or make you feel terrible about yourself. You need exposure to it, and sadly, Zephyr City is not the place for that exposure. Everyone's sometimes living their lives just to survive. Some people are adapted to things differently. Some people are literal ruffians or murderers or prostitutes. It's not a place for someone in your situation to develop these initial experiences that shape how you approach things. Oh, my legs.
You're right.
Yeah, just... There's new medication.
I feel like I've encouraged you to stand by standing myself.
Sitting down in armor is not particularly the most comfortable thing.
I appreciate it. With how to
It's okay to make mistakes in front of me. You don't have to think about what's the best way to word it, how to word it. Just say the first thing that comes to your mind.
thank you for being so honest with me. I feel foolish and childish, but at the very least, you treat me with respect.
I wish people
Don't
in
make me
Hollow
feel
would
like
see
a
it like that.
complete idiot. Any other person I've been able to even come close to having such conversations with is Magpachon, but it's different talking to her about it, you know?
Why is that?
She's a synthetic, and she's not quite lived the same life. There's certainly some things we can talk about, but...
And I thought I was xenophobic.
What? It's... With talking with Magpachon, it's questions of... You know, is it okay for people to, well, love her, really? She cares about the people, but most people just treat her like a child. Wait.
Had an epiphany.
It's kind of the same way.
What do you mean?
Just being honest with her must... There's someone she cares about. She doesn't want to talk about it, but she feels insecure about it. I'm now realizing that you're doing the same thing for me. and that I should be just as careful with her feelings. Even if it's not exactly the same situation, sure.
I wouldn't particularly
just
say that
need
I'm being
someone to
careful with your.
Talk to.
I wouldn't say I'm being careful with your feelings. I'm being honest with you. There's a difference between being careful and being respectful of your feelings. I'm being respectful. I'm not being careful.
Sorry. Common respect, being careful. Hard. It struck me.
The thing is with humans, we like to add flourishes to our language. We like to be covert with our choices of words. And we also like to hide our feelings behind mystique.
Mystique,
Mystery. Like
oh.
a fog. A lot of time people just need, well, not just want, they also need it. If, for example, if you did something that pissed me off, a lot of time people will kind of be like, I'm going to hold these feelings inside and let it, seep and foam over into the point I erupt. But there's also situations where you just be honest and tell people how you feel. I'm very much a perpetrator of that. I know for the longest time I held back my feelings when it came to Lucky. I refused to speak with him, and he assumed, rightfully so, that I would try to kill him. He was giving me loads of problems because of an assumption if I was just honest from the get-go, maybe things would kind of blow over, right? Being honest with people often, even if it's painful, can be handled with a certain amount of tact.
I guess then, yes. Respect and tact.
Look suspectfully before tipping fedora. What do you mean, 8-ball? What the fuck? You and Magpie seem to get on quite well. Try having conversations with them and show your support. Because, like you, they might be feeling alone. I know this city is not particularly too fond of synthetics. I mean, I'm not too fond of them myself, but I'm kind of... Look, when you've been dealing with strange, you kind of have a, skepticism towards people which are augmented or...
That's a good point. I don't know. I guess she's always been kind. Ever since I first arrived at the meat rack. And lots of people just kind of treat her like a child. She hates it.
I mean, she is small. She speaks...
It used to be to the point where people would try to be kind, pat her on the head, and she would let them, but she hated it. She knew that they were trying to be nice and were trying to, show their affection, but being treated like them, it's hard. I kind of get it to a degree. Up until I started getting taller, everyone looked at me as though I was just a dumb child. Some people still do, but mostly because they know me. They know that I am still just a child in some regards.
Some people just have self-esteem issues as well. they think that treating someone else like a child means that they feel better about themselves, or they're arrogant. There's a plethora of different reasons, but sometimes it also is just how they speak with people. They want to be genuinely kind, and sometimes that comes across as being, well, treating someone like a child. In terms of Magpie, again, you two are friends. If they feel like they're being treated like a child, if you respect them and they are a close friend, be the one person that doesn't make them feel like a child. I'm pretty sure
I
it'll
try not to,
brighten their day.
but it's just, again, the thought. The irony of it, I guess.
Feeling like I'm having that conversation with her where she's,
You know, telling me about how there's someone she cares about, and she's not sure how to talk to them about it.
If you don't know what to
Wondering
say,
if it's okay for, you know, someone like her.
if you don't know what to say, sometimes it's better to say nothing at all. But if you did want to say something, give them accounts of your own experience. Show that they're not alone, so that you also have complications. You also struggle to express your feelings, and they'll probably feel comfort in that, and they might feel better.
That's pretty much of what I did.
Oh, well. Again, not giving yourself enough credit.
Yeah. I don't know. It's hard.
you said it earlier. It's not like this comes with a
Living life comes with a manual.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It certainly doesn't.
No, I don't know how old.
You were when, you know,
I joined the gang.
yeah.
22. Roughly, maybe 23. I actually graduated university and went into my internship. Well, I was at an internship and then got a full job at the place I was working as an intern. Was there for about a year, and then things went downhill, and well, I'm here.
And just...
Yeah.
It's conversations like these.
I quite like
I
Zuko
kind
too.
of wish my mom was still around for.
Ask her for advice first, rather than stumbling my way awkwardly through that conversation.
Which, I mean, it probably still would have been stumbling awkwardly, but, you know, at least I could have gone to her for advice.
Well, you have me to come to for advice. If you feel like you're fumbling or stumbling, I'll try my best to give where I can, but may I make no guarantees.
Appreciate it. At least the offer. Advice, I don't know.
That might take some bravery, because...
I don't know.
I don't want you to view me as a child. Just like my Pixon doesn't want anyone else to view her as a child.
Do I give you the impression that I'm treating you like a child?
Not exactly, but, you know, it's still a worry.
I want you to see me as someone who is...
Who's a friend and an equal. Someone you can talk to.
don't feel disheartened if I don't come to you about certain problems that I'm going through. I tend to keep these things to myself. Hell, even kept to myself from King and other people which are close or were close. So, yeah, don't feel too bad about it. Have you got places to be?
No, not anymore at least. Unless,
What do you
something
mean by
happens
it?
at the meat track and Hamsky really needs help.
I see.
Or I get a call. Technically, I'm always on call.
Well, they really work you like a workhorse in Aegis, don't they? Or is this the meat rack?
No, it's HS. It's less about working us hard. It's more like, knowing that you need to keep something nearby, just in case something happens and they need to call for help. They need you to come back quickly to get ready. You never know when something's going to go wrong, so... It's, I guess I've never considered it much of a trouble, but... I've also not managed to have too many situations where something's going wrong and they're having to call me all of a sudden. And there's also plenty of situations where they ask for those to volunteer who would think their skills might be able to be put to use to help someone.
I see.
If they ask for help out on a space station or something, where they think there's a risk of, space things happening and, well, we need to have equipment for it. I don't really have any equipment for something like that, so... But if someone ever needs help with a problematic spirit, I could definitely help them.
Oh,
volunteer for that.
specialists. It sounds like.
Yeah. Either way, no. I don't have anywhere else to be.
My energy levels are feeling low. I would like to get something to eat. Would you like to join me?
Yeah.
Remind you of home?
Not at all. Well, a home. One of the families that took me in for a while, very religious people. They visited the church every week. I had to go with them. really difficult. I didn't really know what the customs were, so it was a lot of learning. It was also my first exposure to Christmas, which was very important for them.
Huh.
Don't mind it, mind you, but not something I ever.
Did you get any gifts for Christmas or no?
Yeah. They were very kind to me. It's just things didn't work out.
Sometimes that happens.
No, I understood the reasoning. And now knowing what I know, it's... Well, I'm sometimes thinking, you know, there's got to be other children out there, you know, who grow up with powers like these and, you know, I don't know if I have it in me to be a teacher, but someone really should be there for them.
Sometimes being a teacher is just passing on your experience and knowledge. You don't need to do anything fancy. Even if it's just giving advice.
Yeah. It's just... Well... Sometimes I really don't feel like I've learned all that much. Despite knowing that I definitely have, but just... That whole confidence thing again.
You literally told me that Malleus McKay was the only person you knew of that can teach you about psionic stuff. So if it's any Malleus, would you rather teach them or would you rather Malleus teach them? And do some... yeah.
That's not even a question. It's just, you know...
Sometimes you have to just rise to the occasion, Sakoto.
I know. It's, I get it. I really do. I just don't know how good I would be with children. And teaching them to control their crazy mind powers. But I do get the sentiment, you know. I would have loved to have had someone there to, I don't know, at least make me not feel like a complete freak. I thought there was something wrong with me. Which, I mean, maybe there is, but it's definitely not that. Every so often I end up finding out about some of the other things people can do with this power, and it's... well... I'm still trying to figure out, you know, my own limitations and how all that works. How do you help teach someone who is having other problems, you know? I know Hezekiah-sensei struggled with it. When he realized that the voices I was hearing were other people's thoughts, and it was not a thing I could really just stop.
You can probably treat it similar to therapy. Sometimes just talking about it and people realizing their own faults or maybe own methods is a lot of help. Talking about your problems or having someone just to listen to you yap. It helps. We're surprisingly good problem solvers. We often just let our own mind hold ourselves back.
I guess you did say it's like, we let ourselves think of the worst case possible.
Mm-hmm.
And then overthink things. I guess it's definitely something to continue considering. I don't know. It's definitely a scary thought. And goodness knows. I was barely 15. I had my first accident and ended up breaking my foster sister's arm and leg. Slammed her into a bookshelf. There are others who I'm sure may be more or less powerful. Maybe even have an innate skill for it. They don't realize it. Trying to take responsibility and teaching them. Seems like a difficult task.
It can be quite daunting. I know I need to teach people of myself in the Hollow, although they're more of, the older. Oh, the fucking made me jump.
Yeah.
Do you have something in mind that you would like to eat? Any kind of particulars?
Whatever you're in the mood for and willing.
Have you had sushi before?
Yes.
Yeah, I feel like sushi.
I think I know a couple of places in Waterfront that aren't too bad. Though I admit my biases are a bit strong in regards to sushi.
I
Didn't
mean,
often have it.
you're from Rostov.
Fish was kind of difficult to get up on a mountain. Or not bias, standard. My standards.
I see.
But I know there's a couple of places in the waterfront. You know, one Penny Chocolate likes.
Penny goes to it as well. Huh. How's she doing?
There's
I
a couple
haven't.
of places she has found.
How's she doing? I haven't seen her for a bit.
She's been reflecting on some things, I think.
I see.
She's in good hands, though. Belchong is taking good care of her.
Scene.
Yep.
My legs. Oh, my legs. Owie. How's it go talk though?
It was long overdue.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, good lord. I've been in VR for almost 7 hours, so yeah, that was like almost like 3 fucking hours, maybe 2 to 3 hours.
4 hours actually.
Actually, oh my god, yeah, I was about to say. I'm like, wait, no, I got into VR late.
Mm-hmm.
I got in around 2 o'clock, not 1.
Holy shit. You must be exhausted. If you need to hop out, go get some rest. Should probably do so. But otherwise, it was fun.
Yeah.
It was cute and sweet.
Oh, I can really feel the old age.
Yeah.
Also, I think the method acting actually paid off to a certain degree, even if it's bad. My left shoulder actually does hurt. So me doing the stuff in character as Queen is also out of character, me trying to move my arm.
Oh yeah. No, I've done that shit before.
God, I can't believe Sakota hits her with the
I mean, so
bombshell.
long as it doesn't persist for hours and hours. It was like one of those situations where she's like, it's in the back of her mind and there's like little things prompting it and she's just like, I am thinking about this.
Yeah, I realized I was talking, I was like,
discussing
oh no,
temptations.
I keep
And
mentioning
now
it.
She's just like, oh no, yeah, it was. She kept like, she's just like, she keeps up bringing up things and I don't. She's like, I can't.
I can read your mind,
don't know
Sakoto.
if she-
I know what you're thinking. I'm kidding.
No.
Remember when I said that I can read your body language and I know what you're thinking?
Yeah. No, that was basically, at the end of the day, that was kind of like what she was getting at, is just like, yeah, like I feel tempted because I have for so long kept myself away from this, and I'm now having difficulty adjusting to not having that limitation and having people encourage me and kind of seeing that as an opportunity for myself and knowing like, yeah, no, I am allowed to have this now. But what do I wanna?
I would say the ship is in the harbor. It's still being built. Man. It was a very cute and wholesome talk.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It was very cute. Cute and I think informative for both characters.
Very much so.
I think Sakota's gonna at the very least try to work on that idea of like, yeah,
Petagrass, you're right.
if you want these things to happen, and if this is something that you're really dedicated to, you're not going to be able to just sit on the sidelines, Sakoto. You're going to have to really push for this.
Yeah.
And you need to be ready to accept any sort of consequences that come from that.
Queen was a bit like, I don't really want to say this because I feel like I'm just setting her up to like an early grave. But as it stands at the moment, Queen is very much like, if she keeps being on the sidelines and just taking this approach, she's probably going to end up like dead or something bad's going to happen regardless. So to increase the chances of her actually surviving and doing something good, best to her to just like to fully commit. Otherwise, it's just not gonna go well.
Yeah, well, it's one of those things where Sakota's kind of hitting that point where she is at a precipice of like, she can either continue on the way that she has been, and she's probably never going to ever truly be able to help anyone, or she's going to have to start doing things that she might not be entirely comfortable with, or maybe a little scary at the, with the reward being, you can help people now. Like, the big one has been, she knows that to help fix people's memories, she has to be able to fundamentally change their memories and alter them.
Doing harm before you can do good.
Not even that. It's kind of like, I guess it would be like if a doctor was to have to train themselves up. And they're sitting at that point of like, okay, I have all of this knowledge. on how to, like, and this desire to help someone, but unless I know how to cut their chest open to get to their heart, to help fix their heart, I have to be willing to actually do that and actually cause that, what is essentially bodily harm. And Sakoto struggles with that because in her mind, it's a lot. There's a lot more drama there to it, and a lot more risk in her mind right now because she hasn't seen anyone, or she doesn't have any examples of someone doing this who is a good person. She only has McKay.
Yeah.
And she also has sort of the social pressures from people who are just like, yeah, to alter someone's memories is a bad thing because, you take away what they are and all that. And it's one of those sort of mentalities that she herself carries. So then looking at that and going, to help these people whose minds are broken, I have to be able to ultimately alter their mind. And it's something that up until very recently she was still kind of grappling with. But that may just be the tip of the iceberg. There are going to, of course, be other things that she may need to do that may not be as comfortable, or things that will happen that may put her into a situation where she's having to choose, do I cross the line? When, it comes to, say, another situation where Queen is at risk, is she willing to use her powers in a way that is not just harmful, but harmful in a way that is scary to her, a la grabbing a hold of someone's mind and forcing them to do something, or not do something in some cases,
Yeah.
breathant.
Yeah.
Disrupting their automatic breathing, or other bodily functions.
Queen's like, I can do that. I cast manual breathing.
Yeah. Well, so that was so someone has actually brought that up, and that gave Sakoto the idea, and she's like, "Oh God, that's terrifying. What if I could actually do that to someone, to not only get them to manually breathe, to think about manually having to breathe, but force their mind to do that."
Yeah, it's gonna be weird, 'cause that's like a
to the point where someone is
as well.
gasping for air because because she's ultimately disconnected, because she knows it's possible to do. She's been told about what happened with Ashura, of what she accidentally did to Ashura while she was, under the influence of pain medications.
Ooh.
Poor guy forgot how to walk forward and forgot what his goddamn fingers were for.
What?
Like, what the fuck is a finger?
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck is a kilometer?
What the fuck is a kilometer?
I don't think Queen will ever tell Sakoto her name anytime soon. You gotta bear in mind,
oh my
Queen's.
gosh, there's a free coyote in my fucking chat.
A free coyote?
coyote.
Whoa! You get one. You get one for free.
Oh, there's a wild animal in my fucking, and I think he's in my DMs too. I don't know. What the fuck did you send me?
A wild animal has
Is
appeared.
that food? Oh my god, it's a cat with pizza.
Pizza.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you have to bear in mind, Queen is still going for her own personal trauma, so she
why
doesn't
have I
see
also
herself
been
as
pinged in the relic
Queen or
research
Sakoto at the moment.
department?
She's still very much thinking about things.
I'm afeared. We'll find out.
Oh boy. Wait, why you rubbing your hands together like a fly, kitten? What the fuck? What are you
If
doing?
they call them fingers, then why don't they fing? quotes, Ashura, probably.
Oh my god.
And they call them fingers, but why don't they fing? That is a good question. Where the fuck does the word finger come from? What's the explanation there? Why do we call them then? These funny little appendages at the ends of our major appendage. Probably some kind of Latin.
'Cause
Yeah,
it's
that's a
like-
good one. Also, hi, Rebel.
Probably, yeah.
Rebel, did you listen to that in the entirety of that fucking conversation? Oh, also negative. Holy shit, everyone's here.
Yeah, spicy conversation. Spicy conversation.
Yeah.
Hee-hoo-hoo.
Also, yeah. Oh my god, yeah. The other day was International Women's Day,
Was it?
aka Little Ladies Day. Yeah, I believe it's March 3rd.
Oh, I don't keep track of those. Man, I can't believe I missed it.
It's not a
You're
particularly
scheming?
important day
Oh,
here
no.
in the West, but in the Far East, over in Japanland.
Japan and land.
Yeah, Japanaland. It is considered a day where all
No, wow.
sort of
Not
like
fish
young
fingers.
men and women, if they have reached a certain age, that is the day.
Yeah,
that
I was
they
gonna
are
say
considered, like,
phalanges.
yes, you are moving forward, because that's also the day where most of them get their license,
Oh.
like their adult license.
Your adult license. Yippee!
Yes. It is basically the day where you are recognized as an adult by the government.
Man, I don't even know when I get recognized
But it
as
also
an
has, like,
adult.
It also has a bunch of other like sort of like historical and cultural relevancy.
Marriage card, maybe.
But for the most part, it's kind of considered a day for young men and women to be coming of age. It's why Sakoto, when I first started playing her when she was 19, she turned 20, and then that next year on the 3rd of March, she was very, very bashfully like, I want to find a way to celebrate. I'm a grown adult now.
I'm an adult.
It was really sweet because Hezekiah found out about that holiday, and he went out of his way. He took her to he just straight up just bought her a kimono, which was more than she could have ever fucking asked for, even if it was just a simple one. She would have been fucking, like, oh my god.
Oh, so
this is
that's
so
why she wears
expensive.
a kimono. I do remember seeing you playing her and you're in a kimono.
She's worn them. She's worn them for several functions and like other
okay.
she wears them casually as well. Like it's like in most cases she's just wearing a yukata. It's not like the full fully layered thing. But there have been a couple of occasions where
Wait, so
she's
how old
just
is
worn,
Sakoto?
a full on kimono. She will be 23, 24, I think. 20. I think it's 23 in in just a little over a month. I think.
Oh god. I think Queen is either 28 or 29. She's reaching her 30s. No.
Yeah, she's a handful of years older than Sakoto. But yeah, I want to say she's 23. I think. Now I'm trying to remember when I first started playing her and when her first birthday was. Actually, I have a document for this. What am I fucking talking about? I have my Sakoto, my Shabobo document. Yeah, here we go. Medical notes. Sakoto.
Yeah, well, thing is, the Queen isn't actually British. She isn't. I don't really know her ethnicity, if I'm honest.
Oh god, She was 21 when I wrote this, though.
The 30s when all the stat to be like, yeah, you're right. I thought fucking East birth.
So basically, she would have been born in '02 if we were using like IRL years.
02. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, she was born in April 19th, 2402, which, you know, subtract 400 off of that. You get He-Who numbers.
Mm-hmm.
He-Who real numbers. How old is that then? She's turning 20. Oh god, is she turning 23 then? Is that how that math works out?
Queen is 50% Asian and
I
70%
can't think.
emo.
I've
What
got
the
a
fuck?
fucking headset on my head and it's squeezing my brain.
Queen gives you
How I
Thai
place it, though, I
vibes.
squeeze my
Really?
brain, and it turns her into a little fucking idiot.
Yeah, Raven was such a baby. What do you mean?
I
Like,
do enjoy moments like that where I get to show her immaturity. There are. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So she's turning 23. In a little over a month.
wow.
She was born the day before 420.
Yeah, I remember you
That was
saying
done
this.
entirely intentional. I did that entirely intentionally.
I did my
Because
birthday.
I was joking with someone. I was like, I could make her birthday 420, but I'm not going to do that.
I know Queen's birthday was a dice roll, and she is born
That's a good way
on
of doing it.
the 9th of November, so 9/11.
See, you put it that way, but we would read that here in the States because we did month first.
I know.
And then...
That's why I said
I
November.
remember because I think you were talking about it in your fucking Discord, and I was like kind of like half following the conversation. You were like, "Oh yeah, she was born 9/11," and I was like, "Okay, firstly, why would you choose that day?" The
I did the
neutrality
dice
one that,
roll.
Oh, yeah, she's born
I
on...
did a dice roll, and it
Yeah, I
ended up
know.
on that. But I was a bit like, okay,
Yeah.
if she's born in November,
If you're talking
right?
to an
She's
American, tell them
born
that
in
she was
11/9.
born on 11/9.
Yeah, she's born on 11/9.
Because otherwise, we will get so fucking confused.
Mm-hmm. But she's actually like born
But
2
yeah.
days after my actual birthday, so
Mm-hmm.
just like, oh, for fuck's sake, November again. Oh god,
Amazing.
I have no idea if she's
Actually,
28.
I love some of the notes that I have for her medical nonsense. I think I actually did update her height. Her weight is definitely not 136 pounds anymore. I don't know what that is in kilos though. I don't know how to do that conversion.
I don't know either.
She used to be so tiny and small and lightweight.
Mm-hmm.
Now she's tall and has a bunch of muscle. But yeah, I even
a
have her
bunch of
fucking
muscle.
blood type. She's an A+.
Which is an A+.
The only A+ she ever received in her fucking life.
So I built her personality to be selfish. I made it so that she's the most selfish blood type, and I think the most selfish blood type is AB+. It can take from most bloods, but you can't give it to most people.
Yeah.
Because at the time in
I don't know what
gang,
my blood type is.
so many people were O type. I was like, there's no way you're O type. Like, we have like 20 people who have O types. Or is it exaggeration? Probably like 10, but it's a lot.
Mm-hmm. 2.2 pounds per kilogram. That's so underweight at 6'3". Yeah, absolutely. That's what I know. That's all I know. Also, I need to update her medical history because she's had several fucking injuries.
Oh, she's 62-ish kilograms. Koto.
Yeah. See, and that's
That's kind of light.
way off.
Yeah, it's kind of light.
Yeah, no, I absolutely should be updating her weight. But yeah, extra. She has no allergies, as far as she's aware. or has
You
ever
say that,
been
Val,
tested.
but when I was
Patient has been
18
reported as being psionic. Caution should be exercised when administering painkillers or other mind-altering substances. This has been recorded to temporarily suppress or agitate the psionic powers of others with such capabilities. Patient has reported a spirit entity that lives within them. They are referred to as Iris. Patient is nearsighted and requires corrective lenses. Patient dislikes needles, but is able to stay calm enough for them to be administered if they look away.
Oh, is that what you, like, Sokoto squirmed then when Queen poured out her syringe?
Shh. A little bit, yeah. She doesn't like needles. She goes, little. It's kind of, it's the thing that I used to do. I can have somebody, like, I can do it now a lot easier just because I had practice and doing blood draws for my medication all the time has numbed me to it a bit.
Yeah, same.
But it used to be that whenever they would go to like draw my blood or I would have to get like a shot or something, I would have to like look away. And they'd take they'd stick me with it. And once it was in, it's like that hurts, but I'm fine. It's not a problem. But it's literally the act of like puncturing skin like that really makes me uncomfy. So I gave that to Sokoto as well. Nowadays it doesn't bother me. Just like
I
needles.
see.
Oh, patient noted that her eyes used to be a dull grayish green color. Reasons for the change is believed to be due to the spirit entity Iris. She used to have pretty green eyes. Like this bitch, but dull.
What the fuck?
She had like dull grayish
I mean,
green,
she-
rather than
Queen has heterochromia. Kind of.
well, you do now.
Yeah.
You do now. Patient has experienced rather anomalous growth spurts. Patient
so,
grew nearly 5 inches
Raug,
over the course
I
of a
used
single
to.
night.
I'm currently 175 centimeters, so like 5'9", and I used to weigh 43 kilograms at the age of 18/19.
Yeah, here we go. Previous medical history. She told
Nuh-uh.
them things that had happened to her when she was little. Because
Oh.
she hadn't really had many other issues. Age 7, broken wrist. She slipped, fell, and
Ow.
broke it. Yeah, she was 7, so
Nuh-uh.
she bounces mostly.
I mean-
And then age 14, minor physical trauma and near frostbite from fall down mountain.
Is that why she has an ice ability? Because of that? Are her abilities just from trauma? Okay, never mind.
No, her having an affinity from ice comes just straight up from the fact that she grew up in a very cold, frigid, snowy area all her
see.
life. So it just kind of like it sits well in her brain. She was conditioned by it. She was born up on the mountain.
She probably can, Raug, but there's not really much point.
The people up on
She
the
wears
mountain
her
would have
scars
been coming-
proudly.
They would have just come out of the or they would just be coming out of the winter months when the mountain is no longer like easily traveled up and down.
Pardon me.
So her mother would have given birth while she was still up on the mountain. There's no, hey, the baby's coming soon. We need to go down to the mountain and get access to good hospital or like good
I'm sorry for burping.
good medics. It was, hey, we're stuck up on this mountain. We're gonna be here. We're gonna stay in our home. We're gonna stay comfy, and we're gonna find somebody in town who can help. Yeah.
Good old methods never change.
Yeah. But yeah, and then just a list of fucking minor injuries. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Ronin spirits. Yeah, the first MMI investigation, the one that she actually referenced it, was talking about how he's trying to make like little scions that are subservient to him.
Oh, is that a reference to that thing? What the hell? I didn't even know about that.
So Sokoto has been on multiple missions, as well as like one that was like a thing where McKay was like, Sokoto, I have a fucking thing I want you to do.
come deal with these spirits in my basement. And then she walks in and finds out that, oh, it's basically a school that was built inside of MMI that was there to teach young children that had basically been given up to MMI.
Yes, some spirits in my basement. That's not spirits,
Yeah,
okay?
and apparently one of the kids had rather exceptional pyrokinesis.
Ooh.
Yeah, he burnt it to the ground.
Ooh.
Yeah, he ended up burning it to the ground and killed all the fucking kids there, and their spirits were stuck there for a very, very long time. And then
Five Nights at
Sakoto came across
Freddy's?
them and Five Nights at
What the hell?
Oh god. What was really, really spooky was that this was also on the this was only a handful. Oh god, my hand. This was only a handful of months after the Slate incident.
Oh, I see. It's funny you said a handful of months and the hand dies.
My hand died. Yeah. It was a handful of months after he died, and she saw a ghost there that was his,
Oh,
or
shit.
may have been him. She's not entirely sure because it's one of those situations where she saw something that looked very much like him, and it was hunting her. But it also could have been another malicious spirit pulling upon her fears to manifest something to try and fuck with her. So she's not really sure.
Oh boy, but it's not like
there
Slate
were,
spirit. You're on here. Leave it
there was-
alone.
Yeah, basically. Oh. But yeah, shit was whack. But yeah, a couple of the missions that she has been on have all indicated that McKay wants to create a bunch of
Yeah, well, I mean, it's
basically psionic children,
Oh no.
and he has almost entirely succeeded in doing so. Oh god, wait. What are they saying? I don't know.
It's weird
Oh,
if
thank
it
you.
considered about Malg that she is the mum.
Oh. Negative said, I can't believe Queen has magic-induced homophobia in her eyes.
Homophobia? Oh my god.
Have you
Is
ever seen that?
no? See the Crony thing is
Fucking
just like
cat.
with
I
with
like, oh
Gigi.
my god, such a beautiful, just a beautiful cat with homophobia in its eyes.
Yeah, it's my cat with homochromia. Your cat's homophobic? No, 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 no.
No! No! But yeah, there have been a couple of them that has, there have been a couple of them like that, she met one of McKay's children, which was a child made using a mixture of human DNA and his own DNA, creating a mix. And he tried this dozens and dozens of times, and the agents had to fight their way through a bunch of these kids that had failed and had turned into little crawly, screamy things that, yeah, it was not a fun time. That was also one of Sakoto's first times helping McKay through Aegis. Up to that point, she had only ever spoken to him and asked him a number of questions, and then there was the incident where fucking Fable, she blames Fable, though frankly I think it's more of like her attributing too much to Fable and not enough to the fact that, like, you dumb bitch, you agreed to go to his house, and yeah, Fable kind of stuck his nose where it didn't belong, and you might have been okay, but Fable deciding to fuck around and find out while they were there definitely didn't help. She kind of blames Fable for that, which,
So that's why
you know, immaturity.
Like a good opinion of Fable then.
She has a couple of reasons for not having a good opinion of Fable, but that's like way, way, way up there. It's like kind of
Was
like
that?
right up at the top of
I
like,
don't remember that. Good name.
yeah, I don't like this guy. He
Yeah,
nearly
Queen does
got
struggle
me
to put her
fucking
foot
killed,
down.
and yeah,
She's
he
gonna have
helped
to learn
us
to do
escape
that.
afterwards, but he didn't need to be there, and he stuck his nose where it didn't belong.
And so, yeah, I blame him.
Wait, did they
Yeah,
make
there
Raven
was,
homophobic? I don't
the
remember
child
that.
she met who, Sokoto still mildly traumatized by this.
I
They
have
were
no idea about that.
trying to get out. They were trying to help this kid get out because he was basically like crying and go, like, please don't give me back to him, that kind of thing. This young kid by the name of who they ended up calling Esper. Because he had a number name. Because of course he fucking did. Or I think it was like a code name. His code name was Esper, but then his name was like technically like a string of numbers, and that was all he knew. And they were just like, "Oh, we're gonna call you this for now, but we'll figure this out later." They tried to escape with him, but the problem is going back up the way they came risked them getting attacked by more creatures that were trying to get to this kid and eat him.
Ooh.
While also risking McKay potentially following them down there, or finding out that they were trying to get this kid out, because basically they were going to stage the kid's death. So what ended up doing, they did a very risky transmat back to the ship. And they were going to claim, oh yeah, we had a medical emergency. People were really injured from fighting this big fuck off thing that you had done in your basement. We're going to work with this. Sokoto wasn't particularly heavily injured. She actually managed to hold her own for quite a while. But eventually she succumbed to synaptic burnout. And basically she fainted. Blacked out from overusing her powers, basically.
Oh dear.
And eventually she came back too, but because she was in such a state where she wasn't going to be able to fight and properly protect herself, they were going to send her and this kid first. And the whole point therein being like, yeah, you get him there, and you're salient enough-ish. Make sure that he stays safe, and you're going to take the ship, and you're going to ride the ship back to the station, and you're going to take this kid and you're going to hide. The teleport failed.
Oh dear.
Actually, I think they were going to teleport. They were going to try and do like this long-range teleport back to the station. The teleport failed. And Sokoto was okay. She was unharmed, but the kid got hit, basically got splinched.
Ooh. Fuck.
Yep. And she ended up with a head. That was all that made it. And the rest of his body was somewhere else. Other coordinates.
Yeah.
And there was a bunch of blood and a lot of screaming, and she was fucking traumatized for a long, long while. And
We love trauma.
I think if somebody, I'm pretty sure if anybody ever really brought it up to her, or like if they bring up stuff that's related to it, I know this has happened in the past. She gets really cagey about it and gets really like quiet. And
How much of
in some
Dawn?
cases,
Appreciate
like, I
it.
know,
Welcome
like,
to stream. Happy Tuesday.
even like a
Welcome to
couple of years
community.
after that happened, there were a couple of instances where people talked about things relating to it, or in particular, bringing up the idea of kids being in a situation like that, or basically her learning to like control her powers alongside another young person her age. She gets really, really upset about it and starts tearing up, because that was like the big thing. She talked to this kid at one point and basically was really excited for but a moment, because she was like, yeah, we're gonna get you out. And this is the first person I have ever met who isn't Fable, who isn't Shen, who aren't, these crazy people that I don't trust. who's like me.
Hmm. So it's like, kind of like she didn't feel alone.
And yeah, because up to that point she had a couple of people who she was friendly with, but she didn't have anybody who was like her. The closest she had was Belle, and I mean, comparatively, as far as being a Scion, Belle is very detached from it due to her cultural like upbringing, being a Mando or whatever. They don't like the Force. They don't like the psionics, so she's very subdued in like kind of like her expression and her connection to it.
Yeah.
Whereas for Sokoto, it's become a large part of her identity. You know, if somebody asks, Sokoto, like, what kind of person are you? Being a Scion is one of the things that now comes up pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. It's part of her identity. Yeah, makes sense.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, there was that incident. There was the school.
I don't think Queen
and
ever
then,
mentioned how
on the
King
most,
and Yuna were
recent
beheaded. Good
EK mission
name.
that we did. She was going through some things and she managed to find a device that let her find a bunch of information. Well, I wouldn't say just find a bunch of information. It allowed her access to MMI internally to a good degree, and basically allowed her to scry on some things. And basically ask some questions, and it would respond and show basically.
Must be it's been old Ravenholm now. That's kind of fucked up now.
Like the world's most fucked up version of Google. And she saw a staging area where they were turning the fucking fucked up crystal substance, this like metal crystal substance that McKay has been cultivating, turning it into a solution that she doesn't know the exact purpose
it
for,
black?
but she is fairly confident. No.
It's not black. Okay.
No, I think it's like bright pink.
So I know our serums and
I could be
black.
misremembering. It's possible. It's also possible that it's like this is like the matured version of that serum. But it's basically taking that serum, and she saw a bunch of young kids or like young people in, basically like white hospital gowns and that kind of stuff being tested on, and in relation to this serum. So she's fairly confident that he is using this material to either cultivate more empowered people, because that's been one of his problems, is there's not that many Scions out there.
She's making more.
Yeah, so rather than waiting on them to come about or trying to create them from his own flesh, he's going to use the substance to try to bring more about.
Good question, Mark. I had no idea. It would be interesting if that happened or not. Oh boy. So, Malice is still doing his experiments and tests. Because I know Marlow was destroyed. I'm not sure I think Ravenholm was in Marlow City. So he's made obviously a new city or new place to do his research.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Alright. Oh, I think Faye is like cooking something out in the kitchen. I can smell it and it's making me hungry.
You should get off to get something to eat.
I should probably wrap up for the night.
You should. Do it now. Go hang out with your wife and eat food. And maybe play some wilds before. Well, make sure you eat food, then play wilds. If you play wilds in the empty stomach, you're gonna wanna, you're gonna hate yourself.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you hear the news articles basically claiming that Monster Hunter Wilds is responsible for a cheese naan shortage in Japan?
A what? A cheese naan? Like naan? Oh.
Naan, like the naan bread.
Where the Kolanta or the
Yeah. Hold on. I'm scooting over here to get to my chargers because I need my hands.
You have no hands. You have no hands. I can just imagine Sokoto walking around like that. It's like it's just Penguin because, like, arms out like a penguin.
Yeah. There we go.
Is it? Oh shit.
But yeah, supposedly, there has been a shortage due to
People
a
seeing the
sudden spike in
cheese
interest.
and the naan, yeah.
Yeah, people seeing the yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
I
looks so
find
good,
it pretty
though.
funny. It does. It really fucking does.
But the thing is, I'm not sure what that cheese is. I think that cheese might be a.
I don't know.
I don't know what the cheese was, but it was like.
Well, it's clearly like a melted cheese, but it's like what kind of cheese holds together like that and kind of like becomes this sort of like coagulated but sort of like still like loose mess without it like kind of breaking into a bunch of bits.
So there is a cheese. Kind of what it's called.
It makes me think of it kind of makes me think of like how Parmesan kind of will keep itself together so long as you don't get it too hot.
It might be a form of camembert as well.
Softball mozzarella. Maybe.
Because camembert can be quite gooey when you heat it up in the oven. It just kind of loses its shape,
Yeah,
but it's still.
yeah, it's basically like a gooey cheese that kind of like you stick a ball in and it like kind of flattens out a bit, but then it becomes this like sort of like malleable sort of.
Mm-hmm. I know there's a
blob.
cheese. I think it's got like a shell, and it's often got like. Well, it's not cottage cheese, but it does like cottage cheese in the center of it. And I think it's because of an R. I cannot remember what it's called though.
I don't know.
It's often made like similar to mozzarella, but it has like softer cheese in the center, and they often use it on like toast or something.
Yeah, basically you see cheese that melts real good. Excuse me. So, but yeah, I think I'm gonna go do that. I'm gonna go wait for her to finish.
Someone in my chat mentioned about Marius and a machine. Because apparently when he kidnapped both Queen and Sakota, he mentioned something about a machine. I don't know. I'm not sure if some of my chat is just mishearing something. I'm still curious about what Marius meant about the machine is almost done. When he kidnapped Queen and Sakota. Huh.
Maybe.
Oh.
There was that. I'm trying to think. I'd maybe need to go back and review some things.
No, not the same words, Valg.
Also, again, brain. Is it? My brain is being squeezed.
So I remember the cheese. Someone in my chat mentioned it. It's ricotta. Sometimes it has like a shell on
That
the
sounds
outside.
about right. Yeah.
Oh, it's a little machine. Oh, that machine.
It's like all I remember from that day was them having a child.
No.
I
No,
thought
no.
it was a car.
A car?
I thought it was a car, maybe? I mean, so basically, I don't fully know, but from what I could tell, it sounded like more or less McKay put them under. Like, basically knocked both of them out.
Mm-hmm.
Though it couldn't have been for that long, because the thing with Sakota is, Sakota does not dream, so putting her into that state, she is still salient.
Okay.
You can put her to sleep, and while she may not be able to, she may still be in a magically induced sleep.
No, I don't encourage
she's still
that.
entirely salient.
So someone else in my chat said,
You know.
he said that the machine that was the market district was coming to a close. Huh.
Ah. Yeah, he's been hinting at some things, and yeah.
So no, out of
basically,
character, he's
There's a couple of
leaving.
things.
My understanding.
I don't know. I don't know what Hell's plans are like long term. Ultimately.
I know he's going back to the Shadow Cartel or something like that. I remember watching one of his streams when he's having a talk with emos. Emo's guy, and I've seen like how they're gonna
Him, like
leave.
him.
Yeah, he's gonna leave
Yeah, I don't.
Metaverse. Oh, well, not Metaverse. He's gonna leave District's Zafira, leave it to
Market.
his daughter, and
Yeah.
go to the Shadow Cartel or something like that. You
Shadow
know what the
Wizard Money
child support?
Gang.
Yeah, Shadow Wizard Money Gang. Oh, the Shadow thing is end game. Okay, I have no idea. Maybe it's a speaking about the far future then. Anyway, I need to go eat. So do you. Thanks for the scene. It was great. It was great fun. A very long, nice conversation.
Yeah, we'll have to try for more stuff here in the future-ish. I know I've got a couple of things on the horizon. Maybe if we can get stuff fully worked out for timing and everybody's availability. That I feel like if Queen finds out about it or is present for any of it, is kind of like she might take an interest in helping with it, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, sure. If you give it more details and inform Queen, she might give.
Yeah,
a
I'm not
response.
talking. I'm not talking about it while I still have cameras in my eyes.
Oh yes. Also, sorry for the
Yeah,
inappropriate
that's
comment
not
of
happening.
Queen being jealous. I know it made Sakoto very, very red.
It's not. It's so it's one of those things where it's like we've talked about it before out of character, so it's like firstly that just immediately like if we have a talk about it out of character and I'm fine with it, that means like even if it's like uncomfortable for the character in character, I think I usually just find it funny
Okay.
if the character's left to squirm for a moment. Like there were several times where Sakoto was just like, "Oh fuck, this is embarrassing. How do I put this?" But you know, it's like fucking anime trope type bullshit, like where it's just like,
It's like.
"Bitch, you're fucking stacked, and I'm fucking jealous of you for it."
Yeah, like her chest looks big now because she's wearing this plate armor.
Well, yeah, she's wearing this fucking plate armor, which
Yeah.
I'm sure doesn't help much
It
at
doesn't.
all. 'Cause it just
Let's go back to
squishes everything around it.
old Queen and
You know, Sakoto's
see.
just like fucking all out. Wearing nothing but this tiny little fucking tank top. Oh yeah, actually, did I show you? I don't think I showed you or talked to you about it. This is my current inspiration for
Server
the next
processing.
like
What?
Sakoto combat for like the base body.
Oh god, it feels so weird
Or,
to be
like,
in
sort
this
of, like,
model.
the basis of the outfit. It still looks good.
Oh yeah, I saw it in the stream.
Yeah. The whole bodysuit thing it's a fucking vibe, and it would
Yeah, bodysuits are awesome.
work well with some of the things. There's also a potential. We'll see.
She's gonna get
We'll see
the
if she eventually.
blap. Oh wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah. So this is just the prefab that came with the download. I don't even know if this is like the fully up to date version. I just downloaded one basically at random. Oh, that's cool.
It's white. Why is it white?
Probably because
Is it just
the camera's not enabled for you. I don't know. I don't know how that works.
But if you can see,
I don't know how.
Queen is not
Supposedly,
as
like,
bountiful.
there's like a whole bunch of. Oh yeah. Sakoto was one of those rare cases where I looked at a character and was basically like, "It's my turn."
I need to have something about.
my
I need to make a
turn.
character that's like, you know, voluptuous.
What the fuck? But yeah, basically the whole fucking, you know, kind of like Metal Gear Solid-esque fucking like
Metal Gear.
sneak suit type thing.
Yeah.
Metal Gear.
Colonel.
Sakoto, have you ever heard of Metal Gear? Metal Gear? Actually, that has to be my response at this point. Metal Gear.
A gear that
What
is
are
metal.
you talking about?
Yes,
That's so
gears don't
crazy.
intend to be metal.
I've seen some made of plastic before too. But yeah, the whole just like Metal Gear Solid sort of like sneak suit thing kind of is a vibe that I wish to emulate. Calamari.
She's
Like,
not.
that's
She's an
squid.
octopus. Takoyaki.
Yeah, that's
Takoyaki.
takoyaki. Takoyaki.
People keep talking about Queen's Royal Bakery.
Oh, yeah.
Because she's not
I mean, she
endowed
does.
here, but she's kind of, down here.
She got hips. Oh,
Yeah,
that's good.
She has hips. The baggy
I
trousers.
think as Sakoto continues to get older, and if there's like any sort of like changes to her habits, she'll slim back down a little bit.
Mm.
Because right now she's a bit bulky just because she's been working out so much, and she's had like a bunch of like major sort of like life changes.
Mm.
Working for the meat rack and kind of being encouraged, like, yeah, if you want people to take you seriously, you gotta bulk up, Sakoto. You gotta
Muscles.
look strong. And she's just like, okay, I guess I'll try. So she like really starts focusing on like, rather than doing a bunch of like cardio like she normally does, she's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this sit up, and I'm gonna do the things that I see other people do, and I'm gonna mimic them, and I'll see where I get, because she's not a professional in any regards.
Mm-hmm.
But she did that for like a year or so and really built up a bunch of muscle.
Hell yeah.
She's also like at that age of like, her body is like the cheese. It is malleable.
Like the cheese.
It has not yet cooled down.
It's not solidified.
Yeah. I think if she were to stop working out quite as often as she does, I think she would start to slim back. You'd see her slim down a little bit. I think her natural sort of like weight and like kind of like muscle mass would start to deteriorate.
Anyway,
So,
You
bitch
need
has
to go
so little
eat.
fucking fat on her right now. I do.
and I need to go eat as well, and thinking about winding down.
Yeah. I'll probably be in the Discord if you wish to talk any further. But in the meantime, I'm gonna send these goobers off to...
Yep.
You know what? I'm gonna go get Kana. We're gonna go get Kana. We're gonna go attack her.
Attack. Right, I'm heading off. Thanks for the RP, and I will see you definitely
too.
tomorrow for Eden Lost.
Yep. I'll see you tomorrow. Gamerino. I'll talk to you later about that other
Yeah.
thing. Maybe. We'll see. I don't want to give you too much info.
Oh, I see. It's gonna be a surprise.
Mildly. It's one of those things where it's like comfort is needed for anyone who's involved and participating because it's heavy stuff. Because of course it fucking is.
It's always heavy stuff, isn't it?
But we've been working on stuff for it for like over a year now, I want to say.
Oh,
And we've been waiting on stuff, and now that other stuff is finally happening, we might actually get to do it. Or because certain people wanted to wait until we could do a thing.
Huh.
So why am I
see.
being pinged?
Right. I'm enough. Bye-bye. Right. So, if you like what you saw here today, please consider giving me a follow. It helps the channel out, but most importantly, you know when to go live again next. If you look in the chat right now, there's a link to the if you look in the chat right now, thank you very much to Rao and Good Name for using the chat command in the chat, where you can join our... Oh wait, there's more. Oh, they did it again. Never mind. Damn squids. Not only have you invaded Hell Divers, now you invaded VRC. Yeah, we're invading. Ooh, we're invading. Oh, I need to add YouTube as well. Yeah, you're right. Can you put that in the feedback, please? And I'll try to get back onto it. I'm gonna do this before I have to do this for tomorrow, and I'm not gonna end up being late. So. This is just so it's ready for tomorrow. I don't have to spend time finicking around with it. Okay. Here they go. Although, why is my head tilted to the side? Yeah, my body's not... My body's not in a good state. Why is it... Actually, why was it tilted? What the fuck? Yeah, my body is definitely falling apart. I need to take better care of myself. But yeah, in the chat right now there's a link to Discord where you can join a one-off community and have discussions about any of our plays I partake in. Ian, Lost and Gang RP are the two main ones at the moment, but there'll be more in the future. If and when I see the time that sees fit, and when it becomes available, because I got a lot more work I need to do. If you want to post something, be sure to post it and respect the channels. If the channels don't exist, we do have a feedback channel, so you can make requests there that I can try to incorporate into the stream, and I'll try my best to do such to so. Last but not least, we also have a Twitter. It's non-safe for words, to please the minors. But you also be notified when I go live as well, due to the Streamlabs Twitch integration, which I'm not even sure if it works anymore. I haven't really checked there all that much. The scene just solidified for me how well Too Sweet works as a song for Queen Sakoto. Yeah, no, it does. It really does work really well for it. No, don't call me sweet and cute. Don't call me small and cute, sorry. Squishy baby. Yeah, EQ's squishy. Look at her, she's so squishy. She's so squishy. There's some EQ and EQ mama. Oh, wait, did you post some more? Nah. Alright, take care everyone. Much love, appreciate you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Hope you have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. And I will see you next time. And that will be tomorrow. Take care everyone. Much love everyone. Mwah. Appreciate you all. And goodbye.